Liz Bacon. Now, she's a very, very special lady, has been very, very kind to Inspire over the years. And she is the past president of the BCS. She's had chairs of umpteen key committees and key roles, including for the parliamentary IT committee. And she's also the principal and vice chancellor of Abertay University. Unfortunately, Liz has commitments afterwards, so she won't be able to stay with us very long. But Liz, thank you so much for coming, and pass across to you. Can you just better make
I will endeavour to share my screen.
I think I might have to set you
Does
up. I just realised.
Does that work?
Yes, you're there. That looks good.
Okay, and do you see the full screen now?
I see it perfectly. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, first of all, can I say thank you very much for inviting me back to speak to Inspire. It's a fantastic conference, and I'm always delighted to be here. So as Margaret said, I am the principal and vice chancellor of Abertay University in week 7, so very new to the role, but I'm delighted to be here. So Margaret asked me to speak on how the recent past is influencing the future of higher education. So my plan is to talk for about 30 minutes, and then we'll have about 15 minutes of questions. And then sadly, as Margaret said, I have to go. So let's kick off. So I have a short answer, which is everything is accelerating in every direction of travel, less funding, more competition. But I'm going to give you a longer answer to that. So I suppose in terms of actually thinking about what first of all, the definition of the recent past. I don't need to really tell you this, but obviously the pandemic has had a huge impact in terms of higher education, where we're going, what we're doing, and how we find our feet after this, what it means for staff and students. Brexit, war, climate emergency, I'm sure you could expand on those definitions. There's a huge impact of the recent past that higher education needs to pick through and try and work out what it means for us and how we find our feet going forward. So not specific to HE, but all impact HE. Again, what are the impacts of those things that I've mentioned? So cost of living rises in the UK. I'm not going to be able to profess to comment on all of the countries that might be represented here, but certainly it's absolutely huge, and it's having a huge impact on us. Some of that may well be Brexit related as well as pandemic related. Pay not keeping up with inflation, cost of pensions. So again, here in the UK, that's certainly been quite an issue for part of the sector in higher education. The massive increase of pensions to retain what we expect them to be able to deliver. I suspect many of you have suffered also from the chip shortages. That's had a huge impact on us, for example, in trying to access laptops and computers for staff and students. So, a lot of waiting lists and things for not able to buy things in the same time scale as we normally would. Increase in energy costs for individuals and businesses, so that impacts higher education, universities and other organisations, but also in terms of individuals. And I think that also impacts, and I'll talk a bit more shortly about the model of how we take higher education forward in terms of home working and hybrid working and things like that. Obviously, certainly in the UK, and I suspect across the world, government borrowing to help us get out of the pandemic, that's had a huge impact. That needs paying back. So, the government has less money than it did before, and how that actually impacts on higher education is not insignificant. And that's something I'll also talk about. The climate emergency, I mean, a lot of universities have started to look at their net zero ambitions. It's certainly something that Abertay is doing. We had an intention to do an environmental sustainability strategy along with our 2020-25 strategy, but because of COVID and things, it kind of got pushed back. So that is now one of my top priorities to look at Abertay, and I think most universities are now focusing on that if they haven't done so already. There's a lot of discussion that the Great Resignation and the challenge of recruiting staff. I don't think, and I don't pick up particularly in higher education, that there's a mass resignation, but certainly there's no question there's a buoyant job market. And that is, we are, I think, losing more staff than we normally would. But I think for us and many of the sector, the challenge of actually recruiting staff is actually quite stark at the moment, particularly in the IT industry. You know, we're out on our third call to try and recruit to some of our IT posts, and that's hampering some of our digital ambitions, and I'm sure we're not alone. And of course, there is always then the steady march of the fourth industrial revolution. Again, I'll talk more about that, but you're constantly trying to do more with less the whole time, and I don't think my experience in Scotland is particularly different from elsewhere. So what does the impact of the past mean for the future of higher education? There's 4 areas that I'd like to talk about. Mental health, the impact on student study, the impact on staff, and then the whole sort of context of the external environment. And I apologise in advance in that this is kind of UK centric because it's what I know. So I apologise to our international colleagues who may have joined us, and it will be very interesting to hear when we have the discussion at the end about your experiences in your countries. But I note the little graphic that I put up there happens to have the dial pointing at the word surviving. And I think that's how many people feel in higher education. Is certainly a bit how I feel in terms of just surviving through the day-to-day challenges that we have. But we need to work out how to ramp up the dial back to the thriving and actually excelling. But I think we've got some challenging times ahead. So in terms of mental health, I confess this isn't my personal area of expertise, but it's one that I'm extremely conscious of. So I think coming out of the pandemic, and it's talked about a lot, certainly in the UK, about people's mental health, and certainly in the higher education sector, that of staff and students. I think the pandemic has scarred people a lot, and some people have found it easier to cope than others. I know on my second bullet there, I was shocked to see 36% of students, Scottish students, my apologies because I'm now in Scotland, but I don't think England and the rest of the UK are hugely different to Scotland. 36% of students reported feeling moderately severe or severe symptoms of depression last year, which is absolutely horrifying. And of course, the whole of the pandemic has scarred people in different ways, although it has to be said that some students actually thrived in the pandemic, and I might talk about that later on. But many students really struggle for good and obvious reasons. I think one of the challenges going forward for universities is university counselling. In Scotland, we were given a bit more money during the pandemic to recruit more counsellors to help students, but we can all see the state the NHS is in. And that's a huge challenge for universities because many of the issues, students are unable to get the support they need on the NHS. And then that falls back on universities, and, and we're not equipped and we don't have the funding to plug the gaps in the NHS. But somehow you feel that you need to do this. You've got to find the support for students who are really struggling. But it's a difficult balance to be found. And of course, I think most universities, all universities, will have emergency care for students, perhaps, if you pick up that they may be suicidal, for example, but you can't endlessly provide counselling sessions for students when they really need, perhaps an upgraded support from the NHS. So I think that one's a really difficult one for universities going forward. I think also, the last bullet about students needing to use food banks or going hungry. I hadn't really registered how serious this was until a few weeks ago at Abate. I was talking to the president of our Students' Association, the student union, as so called in England. And she was telling me how students were regularly coming in during the week, just saying, I have no money and I have no food in the fridge and I've no idea where my next meal is coming from. It was absolutely heartbreaking to hear this. And of course, the cost of living increases are affecting them as well. So I'm sure you're all aware of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which, how on earth can students focus on their learning if their basic human needs are not being met for food, shelter, safety, security? You've got to get towards that upper part of the triangle before anybody is in a fit state to be able to do their learning. But again, that's a really difficult call. Our Students' Association have for a long time, although it did pause during COVID, but has now restarted, done something called Abatasty, which is obviously a play on the name of the university and tasty food. So they buy food with their budget and then they give it away free a couple of times a week to students. But the reality, and of course we have hardship funds like everyone else, so you can deal with emergencies. But we can't fundamentally feed our students, that has to come from somewhere else. So that again is a real challenge if you want students to be able to concentrate on their studies. They need to have their basic human needs met. I was interested, I brought up this other triangle because some people have done a little bit of work. This was actually related to how does Maslow's hierarchy relate to, it was actually online learning, but I think for me it applies to all of learning. So again, what are your basic needs going forward for you to be able to learn, assuming you've at least nailed the bulk of the basic Maslow's hierarchy of needs? You need access to books, software, a computer. That can be a challenge for students these days. Obviously, we provide what students need on campus, but a lot of the time students will need to work from home. They'll need to do stuff outside. Do they have resources to do that? Do they have access to the books? Do they have an appropriate learning environment at home? And of course, if students are coming into campus less, are they forming an appropriate relationship with peers and instructors? And again, I'd be interested to hear your views. One of the things that became clear to us during COVID was because the students weren't meeting themselves and weren't really forming their communities and answering each other's questions, academics started to become a bit like personal assistants to students, where students would just simply ask any question they had, however simple and trivial, and the academics wanted to respond, and they did. Most of the time they did, but that sort of then encouraged the behavior, and really the academics were absolutely just drowning in student queries. So that's something that we need to do, is to get those relationships back and help students to be able to work as a community and work together as a community so they can help support each other. We tried discussion groups. We didn't really have a culture of them before, so we struggle with that, but that's something that we need to do, and ultimately get students to the top level of that triangle to take their responsibility for their own learning. Certainly technology is going to be able to steer that a lot in future and allow that personalized learning, and I think academics need to be doing more of the scaffolding than the actual telling, and that's a culture shift for students. But the whole mental health issue is really a bit of a challenge at the moment, to try and get everybody, both staff and students, back on track. So let me talk a little bit about student study. What does that mean going forward? What is the future for higher education? Most universities talk about a blended model, but they have different definitions of that. So I'd say there's always been an element of blended. We've always had a lot of technology supporting student learning. But I think now the difference is that where we have schedules that might previously been, classes that might previously be on campus, they might now be online, and they might also remain online. And I know in England, there's a huge controversy with the government calling for all classes to be back in person, because they have this perception that online is a poorer version of on campus, and also it's a cheaper version. My experience of online is, well, when we went to emergency mode when the pandemic hit, yes, it probably was a poorer version, but it doesn't need to be. Some things can be done much better online. Simulations, there's access to resources that you can't necessarily have in the classroom. So I think there's a place for online and a place for face-to-face. But I think the difference is now that we might be looking at more sort of, for example, doing lectures online and reserving the campus for more social and interactive learning. But the key for me is actually online is far from cheaper. You have to legally provide transcripts. Actually, I think most academics find it a lot more work. So I do get a bit annoyed with the mantra from the government that implies that we're trying to save money by doing things online. Actually, we're not. But I suppose one of the questions that I've tackled internally is, why are we not just reverting to putting all of our classes on campus? And I have several reasons for that, which I talk to the staff about. And we sort of have a policy of trying to do a bit of blended going forward. So first of all, I think online has actually been a revelation for some of our students with disabilities or caring responsibilities. It's actually been a leveling up approach. For example, a student who can't hear very well might struggle to hear in class, but can hear very well on a recorded lecture online. There isn't a one size fits all, but certainly I think we need to take that into account, that it hasn't been all bad, which is often, I think, the mantra that comes across in the media, sometimes in the UK. And I think also there's a huge issue around cost of living and students needing to work more, and sometimes some of the online can provide that flexibility they need. Certainly going back, it's very interesting actually, certainly for our students, looking at what happened during the pandemic. We always struggled with a bit of some of the attendance on campus, but we found particularly one group of students, our food science students, but I think it was patchy sort of across the board, suddenly became the most engaged group of students that I think we'd almost ever had. And we asked what was going on, and one of the responses was, furlough is fantastic. I now don't have to work to live. I've got money coming in, so I can devote all my time to my studies. And lo and behold, they were extremely engaged. And the staff loved it in one way. They were drowning in student questions and dialogue in another sense, but it was a wonderful experience that actually the students were the most engaged they could be. And I think we're now noticing the students struggling again to attend, and a lot of that is related to the need to go and actually work. So we need to try and provide flexible modes of learning for students. And it's very difficult because sometimes students need the structure of coming in person to really sort of mentally switch and focus and engage in their studies. Others are very able to do the online learning. So there is a question around, hybrid. Do we try to provide better facilities? Many universities have gone down that route. It's a difficult one, and it's a difficult skill also for staff to be able to manage people in the classroom as well as students online, and how you manage that engagement and that learning. It's quite a challenge. But two of the red lines that I've given to my staff here is to say, I'm not going to prescribe how much is online or how much is in person, but you're going to have some of each. The majority needs to be in person. And why do I think we need to educate our students to learn online? I think it's a skill they need for their future upskilling, reskilling. If you look at, job automation, how much they're going to have to upskill over their lives, they're not going to learn all face-to-face. They're going to have to learn online. So I think that's a skill our students need, but I've left it to the program teams to decide what that balance is. We have strongly suggested that try and keep the campus for the proper, the social and interactive learning, because that's where students will get the most benefit, rather than coming to perhaps listen to what it might be largely a passive lecture. I think also if we have fewer classes on campus, then I'm hopeful we can schedule better timetables. I know that's sort of a sector challenge, trying to not have your automated timetabling systems come up with, oh, you're going to come in for 1 hour on a Friday afternoon or first thing on a Monday morning, which we know are the least popular times, but bringing students together for a good chunk of learning to make it worthwhile them turning up. That's a challenge of our timetabling system. Ours is not obliging at the moment, but we're going to wrestle with it and see if we can win. But I think also in the age of trying to be carbon neutral, the cost of travel, the carbon footprint of travel, it's a difficult call, but I think some sort of blended model is here to stay, and we have to find our feet on what that actually means. I expect most universities are experimenting with classrooms of the future, following on from what I've just said. We're looking at telepresence walls, immersive experiences, and how we can use technology to try and personalize the learning experience. And certainly that, I think, is going to happen and will need to be there for to compete in future, but also to offer the students really a leading edge experience that they should expect going forward. So what's the impact on staff? I think there's no question our staff are more confident online, more willing to experiment with technology. And I think the whole pandemic has helped us really jump forward 10 years. This type of skill would never have happened in the timescale had it not been for the pandemic, which was clearly an awful thing, and it is still an awful thing, but it doesn't mean there haven't been some bonuses or some silver linings coming out of that. Attendance on campus is an interesting one. I've heard other principals say they're struggling to get some of their staff back in. I'm sure I'm not dissimilar from others, having some staff who love to be on campus and some staff who hate it, and then everything in between. Because I was interested to hear a few weeks ago, I thought some of the staff who didn't want to come back on campus had a nervousness around catching COVID. But actually, I was told this wasn't the case. Actually, some staff had just lost their social confidence, spending so much time at home, not really interacting with others other than through a screen, or perhaps not very much at all if you had a job that could just be done online and you didn't need to speak to people. So that's something we're having to work through, is encouraging people to come back onto campus and build their confidence in talking to others. And I have to confess that's something that I hadn't expected, but once pointed out to me, I suppose is quite obvious. But I think now some working from home is permanent. Why is this? Well, I think many people have had an improved work-life balance as a result of working from home. And I think that's where people are understandably wanting to retain some of that. Everybody talks about the Great Resignation. As I said before, I haven't noticed a Great Resignation, but I do think we do have a slightly increased turnover. But it is an employee's market. And they have negotiating power. And as I talked about earlier, we're struggling to recruit some of those IT staff. So I said to the team, do the people need to be in Dundee? And the answer is, well, actually, no, they're IT. They could do this from a distance. So I said, okay, we need to negotiate this, then go out and whack on the top of the job advert, working from home. It might well be, depending on where they are, that we bring them in for a couple of weeks a year to try and bond and get to know their colleagues. But the reality is, especially in IT, if you can just walk to another job, and largely people can these days, they will choose the ones that work from there. So, and if you are employing online, then you have got a worldwide audience as opposed to a local audience. I think also, as I said before, same issues with students, cost of living, carbon footprint. What is the travel footprint of coming to campus versus heating your own house? Actually, it could be worse heating your own house and traveling and coming into a preheated office. I don't know. We have to work through that. One of the things that I think I've particularly found post-pandemic is the open plan offices we've had, which I've never been wildly keen on, because I do recognize a lot of people need quiet focus time to be able to think and do their work. But there's an increased demand for private spaces. We're still retaining a lot of our online meetings, as I expect many people are, and that's hard to do in an open plan office, and certainly for academics who want to record lectures. So yeah, we've converted a bunch of small places to be able to have those specialist areas so people can do that. But then the question comes in, well, when I'm coming to the office, I'm actually spending most of my day in small rooms on meetings or recording lectures. So what does it mean? What does the office mean now in terms of open plan? And of course, if half your colleagues aren't there, there's less bumping into each other, less dialogue, less catch-ups. And some of those conversations we know are really valuable for team bonding, for brainstorming solutions. So there isn't an easy answer on that one at all. But as I said, I think employers, including ourselves, need to compromise in shortage areas, as there is a global fight for talent in some areas. I don't know what to say about the 4-day week. It's something that our Students Association were interested in, and it seems to be an area that's gathering momentum. I'm sure we would all like to work 4 days a week, but I struggle with the fact that I'm not quite sure how you can fit 5 days into 4 days if you're doing the same working hours. If you can get the same amount of work done, then either you weren't very efficient in 5 days, or if you were efficient, then you're simply going to lose 20%, you know, of your capacity. So, but that's something that I think seems to be being talked about, something we need to look at. But I can't actually conceive of how higher education in the UK could suddenly afford to, you know, increase its cost by 20% if people went to a 4-day working week. But it's one to keep our eye on. So I'd like to talk a bit more about the external environment impacting higher education. So let's start with the thorny issue of funding. England is very different from Scotland. So in 2012, it brought in fees of £9,000, and in 2017, those fees for students, which are essentially a loan for students, went up to 9,250. There are some high cost subjects that do attract additional funds, but their real term cuts from to 2022 are about 15% less than 2012. So simply by holding that, inflation has reduced the real term value of that income by about 15%, which is pretty horrific. But Scotland is in an infinitely worse position. So, well, we're in a lovely position of being able to offer free fees to our students. They don't have to pay a penny. Of course, student numbers are capped, which restricts our growth. Our funding decline has dropped by close to 15% since 2014. So that might sound not dissimilar to England, but we get a lot less money than England in the first place. So we get funded differently by different categories of the teaching. So, for example, a business student will attract less funding than a medical student for obvious reasons. But I think overall, on average, our funding per student is probably closer to something like 7,500. So we need to start at nearly 2,000 less than England, and then you've got the cuts. The government has implied, or I'm not quite sure if it's implied, suggested, or made a decision, as is very recent. I think it might be made a decision on essentially holding flat cash for the next few years. So that will mean, even if you just go by March inflation rate, which is obviously lower than it is now and lower than it will be, we are going to lose about a quarter of our funding in real terms between 2014 and 2026. I don't know about other Scottish institutions, but we are largely at a breaking point. And I think the Scottish government has a view that universities should be able to plug the funding gap by recruiting international students. Some can, some can't. We are a small institution in the 4th largest city in Scotland, and we cannot just turn on the tap of international students. So it's a real challenge. But I think also research is another big challenge. Everybody's trying to grow their research. And but it's rarely funded at full economic cost. So the more you do, the more you have to cross-subsidize. And I know, I can't remember who it is, but there was one institution at the Times High recently who said they will not be growing research in a particular area because they simply can't afford the cross-subsidy. So real external environment funding challenges. I think we also have external environment funding challenges in technology, job automation for one, preparing our students for the future world of work, helping them to understand the impact of the fourth industrial revolution on their particular discipline, and how can we help them to be resilient in the face of job automation, but also using technology to try and streamline our business processes, personalized learning, using AI, rightly or wrongly. We're on a trajectory there. I don't know whether any of you saw the Google non-announcement controversy with their employee yesterday that claimed one of their chatbots had gone sentient. That sounds a bit of a struggle to me, but there's no doubt those claims will be more forthcoming going forward. But I think also generally the need to increase funding in our digital estate as well as our physical estate. So very briefly, I mean, just sort of, I'll fill this in, all the areas that I'm looking at in our digital strategy, trying to provide a seamless dashboard for staff and students that gives the appropriate analytics, that's personalized to staff and students, integrated, intelligent, social, work out how we're delivering our services to students. Can they study anywhere, anytime, any device? How are we using chatbots? How are we dealing with telepresence, augmented reality, holograms? I haven't got time to go through it all. How are we doing our research with impact? How is technology steering or providing guidance on how we can actually, the different types of research we can do, as well as how we manage research behind the scenes? And of course, the whole massive issue around artificial intelligence and the ethics behind that, the privacy, the data, how it's used, how the AI actually learns. It's a whole topic in itself. Back-end systems, one of the things, if you're trying to do something like a chatbot, you know, it exposes whether you've got clean, manageable data. Cloud services, we just put that in most of our systems into the cloud. And how are we managing and developing our smart and intelligent campus? How are our environmental challenges being, our campus being integrated with our digital, and of course securing all of that? And then externally, how are we integrating with our city, our smart city? And there's a whole issue around shared services, which is another complex area that I don't have time to talk about, but they're all on the agenda for how we go forward with our digital ambitions. So globally, I think there's increased competition. And again, those of you who certainly in the UK read the Times High will know this for sure, and maybe through your institutions. But the pandemic has caused a major shift in the global competition. As I talked about earlier, funding, we often need to, well, most of us need to try and recruit international students to help bridge that funding gap. But there's a big competition between UK, Australia, US, Canada, and to a certain extent Europe that's certainly growing. Everybody tries to plug their funding gaps with international students. Australia largely shut down during the pandemic, but it's now opening up. There's also huge issues around the China market, which is massive, but that still has COVID challenges, still in various lockdowns. But the Office for Students is now, and again, I confess I'm not up to date with the legislation because I'm not sure what happened in the past couple of days, but looking to check on donations from China and anything that might yield an undue influence is just a quote there. So I'm not really sure what the impact that might be, being one of our biggest markets to collaborate with. But as I said before, not all institutions have the brand to recruit international students at scale. So how are we bridging the funding gap? More online, I'm certainly doing that. More transnational education, I'm doing that. More blended, yes. More hybrid. By hybrid, I mean teaching face-to-face and online at the same time, whereas blended is generally not teaching at the same time. So I think the competition is set to intensify nationally and internationally, certainly in the UK, as we have more funding squeezes and people look for other sources of income. So my final thoughts, these are challenging times externally and internally. Going forward, we've got to manage our student expectations, our staff expectations. We all have local community civic expectations, and that's a big agenda for me. We have government expectations, and in England, largely through the Office of Students, that's how it manifests itself. International student and partner expectations. We have increased pressure to increase our research and knowledge exchange and innovation activities, pressure to enhance our teaching, doing more flexible and personalized learning, and pressure to invest more in our physical and digital estate. Most university balance sheets look healthy. And I suppose my final comment on this is that and I'm only hypothesizing about the Scottish government, and I can't really say for the English government. If you're looking at where to put your money, obviously we have huge challenges with NHS, cost of living. We know that actually further education is generally funded worse than higher education. And if you look at the balance sheets of universities, because of the challenges, they will find a way generally to make the balance sheets look healthy. But what that belies is things under the bonnet that may be at breaking point, that people have put off maintenance on their physical estate. They've put off investment that they need for the future. So it doesn't really show the true picture, but I can sort of understand, although I don't agree with, why the government is issuing the cuts into the HE sector that it is. We will survive, we will thrive, we always find a way through, but I think the future is becoming very much more challenging for all of us and for the entire sector. And but we will get there. I'm not entirely sure how, but we will get there. So I think really that's just my presentation concluded, and I'm very happy to take any questions that you have. And I'm going to stop sharing so that I can really properly see you all now. I'll try and work out how to do that. So stop share. Okay, so hopefully I'm back again. So now I need to look at the chat.
Just before you have, I don't know what questions are in the chat, but particularly, I'd like to actually thank you very much. It was brilliant. The one thing I came away with is your role, and those of other vice chancellors must be like juggling with lots of different size and weight balls that constantly change while they're in the air.
I think that sums it up very well, Margaret, absolutely. And you are constantly alert to the external environment as well as the internal environment. And as I say, this is only week 7 of being a vice chancellor, so I'm still finding my feet to an extent. But yeah, it's very interesting, and I would say I am enjoying it despite the challenges.
Just before I pick up on the questions that are in the chat, I'd like to actually ask one quick question. You mentioned about having to have transcripts. Can you use the automatic software transcripts for the lectures, or do you have to get something rather more complicated organized?
No, you can use the automatic software, but I don't know about other people's experiences that it's not very good for especially for specialist words, which you might have, for example, you know, if you're doing stuff in chemistry, it doesn't understand it, so there requires quite a bit of correction. It has improved in my experience over the pandemic. Some of the automatic software is quite good, but there's generally still errors, so that requires academics to go back and actually look through it and make corrections. I wanted to try and set up something like Wikipedia, where the students reading it who actually know what was said could actually do their own corrections. I'm sure there might be software out there that does it, but we haven't managed to find that one at the moment, or purchase it. So there is more work. It doesn't come out 100% perfect on that one. Okay. I can see some hands up. I don't see anything in the chat, but I can see some hands up. So do you want to go to Larry first for a question?
Larry, if you can unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you very much, Prof. I think you've done a very, very great job. Thank you so much. And I love the environment in which you covered, that is mental health. But I want to also stress one important point: representation. Unfortunately, many of the so-called minority or the global majority, if you like, are very conscious because of cultural background, how to explain their mental state. They think it's taboo, more or less, to talk about it. And that means they're suffering in silence. Are there anything that a university can put in place that will help people to be well represented and able to air their feelings without that flashback of, am I supposed to tell him or her my problems? Just going above that cultural barriers.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on, Larry, and I think that's a huge issue. I suppose all I can tell you is a couple of things that we've tried to do at Abate. So one of the things, working with our Students Association or Student Union, they've tried to put in some informal groups for people to come along and chat, and sometimes by not exactly by diversity, but very much trying to encourage people to come along who might not have typically come along, and not necessarily sort of labeling this as a mental health session, but trying to get people to come in, perhaps have some food and drink and just talk and get to know people and make friends, and then perhaps open up those conversations. It's incredibly difficult. We have something called sort of lead voices, which is a group of staff who lead on sort of particular characteristics, but it also includes students. So we try to make sure that they have a voice in everything we do. But if we're sort of right at the student level of somebody who feels unable to talk to somebody because of, you know, whatever their thoughts are, their cultural barriers, or whatever it might be around their mental health, it's really difficult, first of all, to identify them. So a lot of the time it might be trying to identify them, as we do for many students, trying to recognize their engagement or looking for disengagement, and then trying to reach out to them with calls and things. I think students can do a lot helping each other in that friendship frame, but I don't have a magic answer on this, and I would very much welcome any thoughts if any of you do have ideas about what we could do, because I say mental health is the most important thing. If you haven't got mental health, you're not, you know, physical and mental health, then you're not going to be able to learn, and as staff you're not going to be able to teach. So you've got to get that right before anything else can follow. So that's just some of the things that we're trying to do at Abate, but I do recognize it's a huge challenge. But Larry, if you have any thoughts on that, very happy to hear them.
I do have, actually. I've been researching on them, as my area is knowledge management.
Okay.
And I've tried to look at people from cultural background, because I also am very good in cultural management. And obviously finding a group of people, not just one person, but people that they can relate to. Sometimes age, you find out some from Asian background and also from the minority Black background, age means a lot to them. They look at who they can talk to, who can understand where they're coming from. So if they find a young lady, a young man in the office on mental health issue, they will probably not talk to that person. So it's being able to find the balance and able to identify who is possible, who is well suited for them to talk to. I think it's important to kind of look at that.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just slightly moving you on because I know that Liz has to be away. We've got another question from James, who is actually the chair of the conference.
Yeah, thank you very much, Margaret. Thanks very much, Liz. I think it was so nice listening to that powerful keynote lecture you've just given here. It just got my mind bubbling all over the place. Now, just to add to what Larry have mentioned there about mental health, I think there's the big issue about trust. Once you've gained the trust of your students, of your peers, they'll be prepared to throw anything and everything at you, and that will actually help them mentally to become stabilized and to begin to engage with the process. Now, the key question I wanted to ask Liz is the issue about decolonizing the curriculum. Now that we are trying to to recruit students from abroad. And closely, actually tied in with that is the issue about the digital divide that exists both between nations and between families and between communities. Because say, for example, I know over the past 2 years in my institution here, we've now had new wave of international students. We used to traditionally have them come from China, but now we now have so many of them coming from Africa. And for some of these people, there are certain things we are doing here, which you could see there've been some kind of gap. Now, if we are going to continue to, and then even looking at the situation in not only Africa, but in the likes of Brazil, there are huge challenges there. I know the WHO has now recently approved of 6 African countries following the release of the IP by Pfizer to engage between now and 2040 in the producing of in the production or manufacture of vaccines for use in Africa. So, okay. What would be your thoughts on this here in your position as the Vice Chancellor of Albert? And big congratulations to you.
Thank you, James. So, I mean, absolutely. I mean, we have started a process of decolonization, and I think most universities have that on their agenda to greater or lesser extent. So, we have appointed some people internally. We have a board that's trying to look at the position. So, I think for me, there's kind of 2 areas. One is what happens going forward. Is our curriculum decolonized? Do we actually have, appropriate references? Have we got a balanced, view in the curriculum of what we teach? It's not simple to do that. I think, and it probably varies by area. Certainly, I suspect we're going to need to do more decolonizing in our sociology area than perhaps computing, where technologies are worldwide. But that doesn't mean, for example, when you teach human computer interaction, you've got different perceptions and things in across the world of interfaces and colors and stuff. So you've got to make sure that what you teach is truly international. It's a big piece of work. And I think the other one is then looking back into your past. So and then I confess, have to stop my group who are enthusiastically putting in black and white, we will make reparations. And I'm going, if we discover something in our past, you could send the university bust. Can we say slightly more tentative here, and we'll have to work out what to do. But I think that is absolutely a top agenda for many universities. But also just going back to the digital divide. I mean, we have a very high proportion of students from the low socioeconomic backgrounds, and that's a real struggle. As with many other universities during the pandemic, we had to give out computers so that they could continue. But obviously that's sort of, subsided now. But with the cost of living, you have to ask yourself, what's the impact on students at home? Can they afford an internet connection? Can they afford their data? I certainly know one other institution where, and I think it was true for us at the start, where suddenly the students stopped engaging halfway through the month. And then we found out actually the reason was that they'd run out of data. The difficulty again is the university isn't funded for this. So you kind of provide everything you can on campus. So of course the student can do everything on campus, but we do need to recognize that the world is different and look at how we can support our students perhaps with more portable devices and things so they can actually work at home and support their need to work outside and those with caring responsibilities. So I think they're both big agendas, absolutely. We will do what we can, but fundamentally we can't fix those problems. They're just too big for a university to do. So we've got to find that balance going forward.
Thank you very much, Liz. I'm going to sort of cut this now because I know that you've got to leave at 1:15, which is now 1:15, for another meeting. But can I just ask people to have a look in the chat, because there's interesting comments that's come through from Brian and from Wendy. So I think you might also like to have a look at those, because they're raising, it's not actually straight questions, but they've got very good points.
I wanted to say that, let me first of all apologize about my slides. They're very weighty, it's, I couldn't get the chance to really make it more succinct, so please. My apologies.
I don't know if it's my technology or their technology is broken up.
State our argument, give the background and rationale, the promise, the problem, and then talk a bit about CBIT, and then e-learning defined. Then I'll also speak about the study approach and methodology, study questions, case study approach, and scenarios methodology. That's what we're hoping to use. Yeah. So we make the argument in our paper that to enhance educational access and quality in Africa, e-learning as a tool is significantly relevant. And because traditional educational institutions in Africa will not be able to meet the students' demand for higher education, either vocational or academic. So e-learning becomes more important. And also there's this argument, claim being made by Prinsloo that open distance e-learning and m-learning have the potential to contribute to economic growth and erase the intergenerational poverty and address societal injustices and inequalities on the African continent. So that's our argument, because we think that if Africa invests in e-learning platforms, their access to education and quality of education will be significantly enhanced. Now, what's the background and rationale for this study? Africa's youth, it's a boundless resource on the continent right now. And the youth population will be over 830 million by 2050. Right now, it's half of that number. And so we need efficient investment in the youth. A rise in the labor force could boost productivity, leading to more comprehensive economic progress across the continent. So governments need to invest. We need on this continent called Africa, we need to invest in the youth because the youth bulge is huge. And to really benefit from the demographic dividend, we need to invest in the youth. Now, what's the promise? We know that employment provides increased income, better living standards, improved health and educational opportunities, and it equally stimulates inclusive growth for countries. And after GDP, if the youth unemployment rate is reduced to that of adults, and we think that, and we okay. But right now, we know that the almost 400 million youth aged between 50 to 35 are jobless and marginalized, and they do not benefit from robust economic prospects. And another third is underemployed, and only 1 in 6 is in paid employment. Youth unemployment and poor educational access and quality are the reality. So on the other hand, if we don't take any action, as I said, it will cost Africa dearly. So the lack of economic and job prospects drives the youth to join rebel and terrorist groups or to migrate outwardly in Africa, both internally and externally, in search of greener pastures. And often the result is untold misfortunes. And that's why we have in 2016, we actually had 3,500 deaths among migrants trying to cross the Mediterranean. Okay. So CBIT, so briefly, that's the rationale for this study. Now CBIT, this is where our vision and mission of the Catholic Institute of Business and Technology, which is guided by the motto, for God and country, pro Dei, pro patria, become relevant. Now CBIT has a unique mission that it distinguishes it from other institutions of higher learning. The aim is to unearth and communicate the truth via excellence in teaching and research in humanity overall, while actively contributing solutions to some of the current problems in Ghana, Africa, and our world today. CBIT aims to provide a rounded education for its students. So CBIT aims to provide a holistic education for its students. So now my position as the Executive Director of Institutional Development is to help CBIT develop CBIT further. And CBIT has been having a number of challenges lately. And so the aim is, the vision is that CBIT must turn the corner. And since it's a business and a technology institution, university college, our technology dimension, e-learning platforms and all that has to be revamped and really maximized. Okay, so CBIT was founded by the Archdiocese of Accra in 2007-2008 and accredited by the National Accreditation Board, which is now called the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. And it's a university college affiliated to the University of Ghana and the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. So as a tertiary institution, its first batch of students graduated at the end of the 2011-2012 academic year. So CBIT's aim is to consistently deliver outstanding modern holistic higher education and service to students, staff, and community through entrepreneurship, innovation, business, and technology. And Catholic education is pivotal to CBIT, the CBIT we want. Now, the sacred and secular development of its growing youth population is important. It's critical. So CBIT's purpose is to develop the whole person for the progress of society. Okay. And we believe that CBIT possesses a latent potential and huge opportunity to become a leading modern and innovative business and technology higher education institution, and which will align itself with the problems of Ghana, Africa, and even the world. And now that the flagship project of the African Union's Agenda 2063, the African Continental Free Trade Area, which creates a market of 1.2 billion people with a combined GDP of $3 trillion, has been launched in Accra. CBIT, has the great responsibility to really collaborate with this office because it's not too far from us. CBIT is centrally located in the business district of Accra, and the AFC FTA office is not far from us. And we are actually surrounded by financial firms, big firms, and we have to really adopt, CBIT has to adopt this environment as its ecosystem in its development. Now, currently, solutions for Africa's problems are coming from entities that are external to the continent, and most tend not to be effective. So, but universities in Africa must be at the forefront of sustainably solving Africa's problems. And CBIT has the promise to become one such university. Okay. So, the UNESCO International Bureau of Education, because maybe I don't really need to define this, but I just want to bring this because we are talking about e-learning. And I quote, all forms of electronically supported teaching and learning, especially the web-based and computer-based acquisition of engagement with knowledge and skills, can be referred to as e-learning, and it may take place in or out of the classroom. It's often an essential component of distant education and may involve virtual learning environment. Now, e-learning, as we see it in this study, is also a weapon to combat the challenges plaguing education in Africa. So, particularly in Africa, it's seen as a tool to decolonize the curriculum and implement relevant education. Now, so what is our studies approach? These are our studies questions, and the questions determine the methodology one uses. So, we have 4 questions, and these are tentative questions. We're still refining them. So we have the how, why, and the what if elements in the 4 questions, especially the how and why. going to be, we're going to be using the case study approach. And for the what if, question, we'll use the scenarios methodology. Still fine-tuning them. How is TVET? Why is CBIT aim to improve access to and enhance the quality of higher education, and TVET or post? What models of e-learning systems are appropriate if to utilize them effectively? Now, the case study is an existing phenomenon in real life. So, according to Yin, Yin makes this claim, and 2 of the 4 key study questions of the paper meet both criteria. So both query, contemporary event. Now the goal is to arrange data in a process, and the education technology an instrumental case study because its aim is to. Now a case study of e-learning that displays human actions and technological manipulations within a specific blend of educational, pedagogical, physical, and virtual settings. So the e-learning systems, coupled with access and quality issues, are replete with complex CBIT policy processes and nuances. Now we come to the scenario strategy, and I've made a whole list of them. According to the literature, scenarios are employed as a scholarly methodology that enables researchers to explore, iterate, and revise. And we're using scenarios because we are now trying to adopt e-learning for CBIT, and we want to know how the future scenarios will be. So we're hoping to integrate this strategy or this methodology into the processes in terms of data collection. So maybe this first paper is just the first of a series. And we're hoping that, when we start adopting the e-learning and all the other dimensions, we'll, keep the records so that we can generate more papers out of it. So, and it will be great to have the e-learning community, the Inspire community, to really give us a critique of what's going on. So scenarios, they help to challenge existing assumptions. So identify novel lines of inquiry and create opportunities for new research to emerge. So that's unlocking a research approach that equips engrossed researchers to understand and tackle complex and uncertain contexts and generate interesting results. So fundamentally, scenarios as a research methodology supplements conventional research methodologies by generating opposing ontologies about the future. And the scenarios methodology also exposes assumptions and ensures that they can be discussed and establishes if the concepts employed in framing knowledge can credibly be substituted with alternative concepts to stimulate alternative knowledge and action. And these are by Ramirez, Mukherjee, Vezolik, and Kramet here. Okay, and it's also considered a research study that is categorized as creating knowledge by means of action to explore a subject. So it involves a social reasoning process which utilizes dialogue, conversation to share participants' perceptions of the environment and to facilitate interactions in a process of sense making through theory building and storytelling. This is according to Wright and Goodwin. Now, while it's regarded by some as an appropriate mode of theorizing, and therefore empirically, statements about futures are neither true nor false, and that cannot be considered objective, others observe that scenarios methodology offers a useful means of generating novel ideas and foregrounds what if questions in research during challenging times. So according to Ravetz, with what if as the leading question, our whole conception of the scientific enterprise could evolve in a fruitful way, close of quotes. Indeed, it is when we are accustomed to asking what if that we expect the unexpected. and fully appreciate how no single perspective can completely capture any real situation. So this is what genuine complexity is all about. And I think our e-learning, the questions we have, and this e-learning process is going to be a complex process. So this approach hopefully will be feasible and relevant for our subject. Yeah. So that's the e-learning scenarios. We'll explore what levels of improved access to and quality HE, that's higher education, and TVET, post-secondary education will be attained if e-learning models are adopted as CBIT. So what models of e-learning are appropriate and effective if CBIT aims to help address the problems of low access and quality in higher education or post-secondary education? So scenarios as a methodology enable what-if questioning to complement more traditional what and how questions. So our scenarios methodology will complement what the case study methodology is offering. So what and how questions such as whether e-learning increases or decreases access to and quality of education in higher education institutions. And it's also a methodology that constitutes what Morgan termed an approach to research that's substantially rational. So which implies that its experts cultivate observation and questioning abilities that scrutinize their own decisions and oblige them to select smart options regarding the procedures they implement and their purpose and significance. It's also to keenly study the choices that promote the several possible forms of knowledge awaiting to be deployed with dynamic expectation of the outcomes of such deployment. Now, scenarios methodology resonates with the view that central to future studies are not only multidisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity, but also undisciplinarity, which implies the deliberate rejection of the position and nature of discipline while enacting a well-developed and ordered research methodology. So one thing I didn't mention is that why we are using the scenarios methodology is to take care of the multidisciplinarity and the transdisciplinarity of this e-learning process, because we would be involving all the disciplines, and in trying to solve problems, we need all these disciplines anyway, you know, so it's really important. But the undisciplinarity dimension is also very relevant, and we will also look at that. So nevertheless, scenarios as a mode of critical inquiry are taxing in regard to resources. So that is one, what do you call it, disadvantage or demerit of it, is it needs a lot of resources and time and effort in grasping the relevant thinking techniques and tools in a manner that ensures accessibility to all stakeholders. So if we want to be democratic, you know, with this e-learning thing as CBIT, we've got to be able to sort out these issues. And in any case, it's envisaged that novel technologies will enhance its accessibility. Now, so that is about the methodology. So we are adopting the case study approach according to Yin and the scenario strategy according to those writers for our study. Now, currently, CBIT runs a number of undergraduate degree programs, including bachelor's degrees in business administration, public administration, procurement, and supply chain management, information technology, and religion. So significantly, the institution's main goal presently is to charter. CBIT has to charter. I remember when I came here barely a year ago, I was told that CBIT has to charter in 4 or 5 years. So, and if it doesn't, then it will have to fold up, because Ghana has changed its rules of university colleges being affiliated to the more established universities. So any university that is set up right now should hit the ground running. They will no longer be affiliated. So existing university colleges must also charter. So, and by chartering, assume autonomy, must gain their autonomy and be able to stand on their own 2 legs. So these are some of the things that CBIT is aiming to do. So we are trying to establish more faculties. You know, we're going to be establishing our law faculty, and our law faculty will focus on the technology and business dimension of the field. And also, we're going to establish the agri-business faculty. So we're going to be, because agric is something that Africa needs right now. So we're going to be focusing on that, that as well. And then the education, which is also also might setting up education. Example of a course we might want to pursue is the PGCE course, for instance, that can train teachers to deliver the curriculum technologically. So these are some of the things that we are exploring.
Emitha, can I just warn you, you've got about 5 minutes left now. There's nothing in the chat, so you can talk for another 5 minutes, but you need to move on to the conclusion now.
Okay, I will do that. So, so the overall objective of the investigator is to provide graduates with the skills and to equip them for advanced studies. And so we think that the open distance learning seems the feasible way forward for CBIT to be able to reach more students and then also address the quality of the education that is on offer in terms of post-secondary education. So I will say that, yeah, briefly, that's what I have to present today. And I'm sorry that the slides are already, forgive me, but I guess you've got the message in terms of the presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emitha. That was very interesting. We had a couple of problems with the signal breaking up, but I don't think it was enough to spoil anybody's understanding of what you were saying.
Okay.
There's nothing in the chat at the moment. Does anybody have anything to talk to Emitha about?
Could I raise a question? First of all, I'd like to say thank you very much, because it's very, very difficult actually with the time zones and everything else to deal with. And it was a great presentation. As Peter said, it's pity about the bandwidth every now and again. Could you actually give us sort of, how do students really think about the idea of learning online? Do you think it suits the way they like to work? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Margaret. Thank you for that question. Good question. When COVID struck, I wasn't there at the time, but what I was told that it was a challenge for them to really deliver the curriculum, go for lectures and all that to the students. So they were trying to draw on different platforms. So there was the Google platform, there was a platform to an e-learning platform that was set up but wasn't widely used by staff. And also the students actually were very, they didn't have any choice. There was COVID and you couldn't come to physical, you couldn't have the face-to-face. So you had to be online. So first of all, yes, there was problem with the transmission, and also the issue of data poverty was significant. So some of the students didn't have data, and even when they had, the system wasn't working properly, but they really welcome the e-learning experience, because it sort of gave a different dimension to their educational process. And just to add to this is a business and technology institution. So even though they embrace it with all those challenges, but still, CBIT have to think about its technology, because technology is pivotal. Apart from business, technology is pivotal to the development of this institute, of this college. Yeah. So that was it. I don't know if I've answered your question, Margaret. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other questions, Peter?
Nothing appearing in the chat. I think time we moved on now. Thank you very much, Emitha. You now have to imagine the virtual round of applause, which is echoing all around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can you unshare your screen now?
Yes. Sure.
Jacqueline, yeah. Jacqueline next.
Come.
And Jacqueline, if you are available now.
Yes, I am available.
Good.
And Jacqueline, if you could share your screen.
Okay.
And start video.
Yeah.
and welcome to this our presentation. Our presentation is on, is entitled Digital Learning, Approaches to Teaching in Developing Countries. This is the work mainly of Linda and myself. And looking around, even listening to the presentation so far, and even the wonderful keynote given by Professor Bacon, we begin to have an appreciation of the differences that exist in the approaches that are adopted to teaching in advanced countries, in the Middle East, as well as in developing countries. And we begin also to understand why these approaches are somehow different. So this paper tends to talk to that particular theme. And first of all, I'll ask the question, why is this important? We feel it is important when we look at the havoc that COVID has wreaked on us, not just developing country, but also all countries throughout the world. In the words of the late John Magufuli of Tanzania, he says, COVID does not respect the rich or the poor, the tall or the short, the black or the white. COVID kills. And he was trying to advise everybody to pay attention and take care of their health. So, so that's one of the reasons why we feel it is important to write this paper and let people understand the approaches adopted in developing countries. The other reason is the informality that's the informal nature, informal nature of teaching at times, the poverty that developing countries are sort of faced with, that has actually led to the United Nations coming up with the SDGs, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and the inequality that is really rampant in all sections of the community in developing countries. Also, the concept of education, what we actually mean by education. Some people feel, well, they fail to appreciate what education really stands for. Education allows someone to realize their life potential. And there we really need to distinguish between education and schooling. Also, the delivery and the content, through which way do we deliver? We'll talk about whiteboard, we'll talk about blackboard. I belong to the group of early students that use the blackboard, but today online, we are referring to the use of the whiteboard. Now, that brings us quickly to consider what e-learning actually offers. The e-learning, from our own perspective and in our studies, is a move from the teacher-centered lecture-based learning to learner-centered interactive learning environment that tends to promote in its entirety individualized and flexible approach to acquisition of knowledge and skills. The teaching, or that's e-learning and education really, following the lockdown in 2020, schools were closed in March throughout the world, including Africa. Now, in Africa, really, we had schools. Even as I'm talking today, we have some schools in certain parts of Africa that haven't really seen computers, talk less about the internet. So how can we imagine that these people fared following the school's closure and so on and so forth, when they had to resort to the use of the internet or networked computers? The government's role become pronounced. Always from the government, there's the positive rhetoric, but following that is the poor implementation of out-of-class learning. You go to school, you carry books and everything, you sit down, you learn. And after school, you go home. And you may think that is wrong. Sometimes it's not really wrong, because for a child growing up, they will begin to appreciate what education really stands for in Africa. You go to school, you learn school, you finish your schooling, you come home, your education is still continuing because you've got to do the chores at home. You've got to learn the basic skills of the basic African skills. Now, the out of class, which is designed Kenya Institute of Curriculum is there. And most of the time is delivered on the radio, the computer, the smartphone. And we'll talk about the supervision issues from both sides, whether from the school or from the parents. But life is very, very busy most of the time. Touching on inequality, we differentiate between education provision by the private and international schools that indeed students of this school, they continue to enjoy learning seamlessly. And that is quite different from what students from the state school, that's government-sponsored school, sort of experience. The teachers' training in ICT is poor, okay? And is lacking in motivation and incentives. And I'm not, here the authors are not trying to lash out on teachers, but it's just the resourcing, the drive given to it by the government need to be there, and the attention. There we have willing students to learn. We have teachers who are willing to teach, but it might be they are poorly resourced or the infrastructure is not just there at all. The local schools inequality, the poor capacity to teach, and the lack of resources are very well pronounced and actually came to the fore during the times of this of the lockdown. And that brings me then to talk about the challenges really when we talk about the teachers' training in ICT by stating that it is poor, lacking in motivation and in incentives. For the teachers who in their time never had the joy of experiencing the internet or even the use of the computer, there is that natural tendency to resist change. They see technology as a little bit alien to what they have to deliver. And there is the uneven distribution of ICT infrastructure and integration in the curriculum as well as on the ground in the classroom. Also, the school management may not be seen as priority the online delivery of classes or making students feel at home with online provision of education. They may not see it as a priority. And what their priority may be is maintaining the building, making sure the staff are paid, making sure uniforms are clean, and so on and so forth, not what the students are actually supposed to be studying. And the curriculum changes that meet the changing roles of teachers as well. There we talk about there's in-service training and so on and so forth, CPPD, continuing personal and professional development courses. It is just something that is taken for granted in advanced countries. In most of our countries, like the situation in Kenya, is something that needs to be properly catered for. Now, talking about the implication for broad policy direction, focusing on informality, the results of the development project, that's the SAP's globalization, really paints a clear picture as to the status quo. 90% sub-Saharan labor we know is informal. And there is an embedded root of informality, whether in the economic, legal, regulatory, and policy structure. And then the roots include micro-level determinants, like low education, the poverty that is actually rife sometimes, and discrimination at all levels. Depending on the kind of tribe you belong to or the class that you are regarded to be operating from, you may not have access, or certain things may not be made available to you or your school. Informality in employment is also there, which we know is equivalent to specific the challenges, talking about health, social security, low income, irregular income as well. Like I know of some 2 or 3 states currently out of the 54 countries in Africa where salaries have not been paid for the past 4 months. And you just imagine how the people there are actually surviving. There's the low income, irregular income, unrepresented individuals are represented, or communities are represented locally, or represented locally, and the statewide structures are unprotected by the laws as well, the laws of the land. The practice in Kenya is direct democracy, which is different from some the practices elsewhere. It curtails government scope of action, okay, by looking at internationally, governments are told, don't be corrupt, don't be this, don't be that. And that may actually drive into them the fear of even asking for or trying to overinvest in areas they deem are important. The public revenue is not as robust or as buoyant as one might think. There's the soundness of institution and fair competition. They will begin to consider the quality of delivery. There's also the difficulty in establishing a culture of e-learning. Some people believe until you are physically there, you can't learn. Or until you as a teacher, or some teachers, until you are physically in the classroom shouting and talking to students, and you see the students, you are not teaching. So talking about changing culture is, it's important here. That's the culture of e-learning. And they feel e-learning too, it impinges on the rights of the teacher, as well as on the rights of the student. All these poses challenges to the integration of ICT into the teaching and learning, and has implication for pedagogy, or the way or manner, or that's the process that is used in the delivery of education. And that leads me to the question, what then for education sustainable development goals and capability approach? If you look at the SDG number 4 of the United Nations, SDG number 4 specifically mentions education provision for all. So what then, if these are the problems that everybody is sort of faced with here? And just as Linda has put in here, Jua Kali, as the Hudson casually refers to, informal industry in Kenya. We've got to pay attention to the informal industry provision that exists in the country. We are not just here pointing out the problems, but we want to also throw out some of the possible solutions in response here. There's the national and global imperative. There's the global, international, UNESCO and SDGs. And this is where I was asking the likes of Odero earlier on. I know in some UK universities and even in Japan, the UNESCO have what we call UNESCO chairs, or UNESCO positions, whereby an institution will bid for that. And if they bid for it, the chair position is sponsored by UNESCO. And much of the work that chair is doing in the university is international outreach, international linkage, and partnership, and so many other different things with the outside world. So these are some of the things that some of the schools and institutions can engage in. Also, state policies and ICT policies. They need not be too economical sometimes, and they need not to be politically driven. Rather, they should be community driven or people driven. Okay, it's service to the people and not service to self. Also, things need to be devolved to the community level, not everything pitched at the state level or the national level. Decisions are taken at the national level. And if we look at the way things are done, whether in Europe or even in the UK now, even in advanced nations, things are devolved down to the community, because it's the community leaders that actually know what is happening. It's the school principals, the school health teachers, and the teachers in the classroom that know what's happening, or what the needs of their students are, what the needs of their schools are, what the needs of their locality or their local government is. And also in the home, enabling and empowering parents, through the provision of, say, extramural classes and an investment in the culture, empowering children to interact and parents to interact with one another, parents to interact with other parents, parents to interact with teachers, and teachers to interact with parents and communities will help to pave a good way forward. Talking about the global international, really, SDGs, they should are there to redefine the development, and global policies and national policies could be developed and implemented along that particular line. Transdisciplinarity is something that should be taken serious. Transdisciplinary efforts should really be context-based or involve context-based approaches to learning and transdisciplinary or no vacuums at all. And they should be used in such a way as to embrace the concepts such as the capability approach that we have already mentioned. International solidarity is something that one should strive and thrive on. And there again, the word sustainability is there. Sustainable development at all the time. Co-designing your lecture with the learners, with families, with input from families, input from businesses, input from the public sector, and also input from the voluntary sector as well, who as charities are on their own willing to give as much as they can to the upkeep and the development of the local community that they belong to. And this actually involves sharing the largesse, finding ways beyond the current situation. The SDGs, there are 17 of them, and we've just listed them there. And as I said earlier on, SDG number 4 is one really of great importance to us here. That's the quality education. At the state level, we talk about the inclusion and participation of informal sector representatives in policy design to come up with inclusive policies, far-reaching to include the marginalized individuals and groups that exist in the society. We have to develop the art of cultivating indigenous cultural solutions that complement the modern ideas that are being generated, conceived, or being implemented. And that actually results in the generation of hybrid solutions. The issue of gender is something that should be taken with all seriousness, really. Currently, in most communities, we have gender imbalance. Policy should be used to address these here. And we should also strive to build better informal structures. Schools are now open, plans in place. For ICT-led e-learning, as we've stated before, even in previous keynotes or in previous presentations at Inspire conferences, we said e-learning is at the heart of this conference. What can it do to promote or what can we actually do to promote e-learning where there is no e-learning? Okay, and I believe that is what the e-learning specialist group, the principal sponsor of this of the Inspire International Conference, is actually supporting and making sure that we are actually implementing in all countries where we have a presence. Innovation beyond the prevailing ideas is something that we can seek, and that is the next model: smaller, faster, slicker. And that actually calls for the use of artificial intelligence. Innovating backwards is another thing. Through the practice of, through reflective practice, so that other people can catch up. Most communities in that continent and also in developing countries all over the world, they are playing a catch up with technology. Okay. And a strong case for this is rooted in the concern for the environment. Today we're talking about climate change, and if we're talking about climate change and we have developing countries that are playing catch up with what those of us in the advanced countries have already achieved some 10, 20 years ago, and it leaves a lot to be desired, really. We cannot expect to achieve or to get to where we want to get together worldwide. Blend IT with the traditional, even indigenous. And this is where, following on from the keynote lecture this morning, the question about the digital divide or decolonizing the curriculum comes into play. And we need to consider what the possible solutions are there. Looking at then what the possibilities are or the possible solutions, the grassroots and the household level, we've got to engage and involve everybody. It is not for the select few. It is not only for the rich, okay? And it is not only for the haves. We need to cater for the have-nots. So context-specific grassroots-led solutions should be devised. And we must listen to the voices of the community. We must listen to the voices of parents, of children, and of teachers who are all the time in touch with our students to come up with the solutions that they themselves think about. We incorporate education as a well-being household interventions. And I think COVID has driven us to that point anyway. We must learn from other countries with similar problems. Singapore is a good example that I always use. Socially innovative ideas should be brought to the fore. Crowdfunding should be engaged with. School twinning of schools from developing countries or underdeveloped countries to schools in advanced nations should be undertaken. It costs nothing, absolutely nothing to engage in such an initiative today, where we are talking about online learning. I also consider changing values. What are our values? I think much of what we do should be underpinned with the spirit of Ubuntu. You are, I am because of you and because of everyone else. So if we think about that, I think we'll begin to care for all. That is where we've sort of finished the presentation of our paper. You can see it is heavy laden with a lot of questions, but I hope we've been able to throw some light on the state of things in Kenya and also in most other emerging economies, especially in the African continent. And thank you for your attention, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you, James, and thank you, Linda. Nothing in the chat, so anybody can't see any hands up at the moment.
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
You certainly can, Ellie.
Hello, everybody. I have been silent all morning, but I cannot keep silent when I listen to James. Thank you very much, James, for another tour de force. I'm very interested in your suggestion about innovating backwards and involving grassroots-led initiatives. Do you have any example of something happening already?
Yeah, yes. An example I can give is the example of my university in Tanzania, the Open University of Tanzania. I was appointed a visiting I've been a visiting professor since 2015, and my spirit landed on the ground there, in the sense that Tanzania is not even regarded as a middle income country. It is regarded as a low middle income country. But the spirit of my colleagues, especially he's now late, Tolly, the vice chancellor that appointed me a visiting professor there, the way he welcomed me to the university, and then I gave my lecture to the senior leadership team of the university. And we went out to the community. He wanted me to see how the Open University of Tanzania operates. And we went out, and I saw out by the sea how the fishermen recognized most of the lecturers from the university. These are fishermen, ordinary fishermen. And then in another village, I went to this other village, and the dean of my faculty there, some of the people in the village know him by his first name, and how the university has produced teachers for them. And then when I went back, and then I told them, I said, I am grounded here. Let us then, building upon the foundation you've laid, let us introduce a few things. And we introduced a few things. And one of the few things was we sought the support of UNESCO straight away. And the following year, with sponsorship from Japan, the government of Japan, the head of department of ICT at the University, Open University of Tanzania, was funded to come and spend 4 months with me here at All-Star University. And then he went back. The following year, another lecturer was funded. And we have a lot of initiatives that are directly sponsored by Unesco and also by the government of Tanzania, that actually in 2016, an initiative called MOOC Africa was established with the headquarters based in Tanzania. So those are some of the things I can say is a living thing, that is there.
Okay.
Thank you, James. Can I try and move to somebody else? So we've got 2 hands raised. Jacqueline, I think, was the first hand to go up.
Okay, thank you. That was a very insightful presentation. I have one question I'd like to ask in regards to gender. Do you think gender is a critical issue when it comes to adoption and even implementation of online learning?
Well, yes, I think raising awareness is very, very important. Okay.
Yes.
But in our part of the world, in the advanced part of the world, where it's not much of a big issue, people are fully aware now, and they need to. In fact, there are a lot of policies being put in place. Like even in my university here, whether it's the gender, actually we have the women's network here in Northern, that's at All-Star University, and that's a network really that actually fights to protect, and it does to protect the interests of women and men, okay, women and men, and also flag the issues about gender, to make sure that the gender issues are properly represented at all levels of management across the university. So operating online, being aware of the fact that not everybody really fully understands issues relating to gender equality, I think it is important to begin to raise the awareness so that these people are properly informed.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I?
So I'm trying to get in as many people as I can. I think Brian was the next hand to be raised.
Thank you. I just wanted to reflect on the part of the presentation where we talked about weak ICT skills in schools. And it's a problem everywhere, even the schools locally to me here. I don't think it's a problem everywhere in the world, but comparatively they have different levels of skills. But I wanted to point out when teachers acquire the higher levels of ICT skills that might improve their performance in schools, it opens up new career opportunities and salaries for them, and the schools lose them. It even happens at the university level. The more knowledge you have, the more you're worth. And so schools will always have schools all over the earth, particularly at primary level, will always have problems with the ICT capabilities of their teachers, because once they acquire them through education, they're worth more. I just thought I'd reflect on that.
Thank you, Brian. And I think that is where I, for one, myself, I'm a strong advocate of the fact that we need to adopt the approach of the US, where in the US, what they do is the best students in any subject area that the NSF would fund to go and train as teachers. They do that all the time. And for these people, once they have a taste of teaching, they really love it and they want to remain teachers. But here, the more skills a teacher has, especially even in our school of engineer of computing here, the real computer gigs we have, there are people, they want to earn in excess of 50K, 60K salary, per year, and they never really go into teaching or anything. But it's a very strong point you've made. Thanks a lot, Brian.
Thank you. Linda's got a hand up. I suspect not with a question, but to try and add to something James has said.
I think so, yeah.
Yes, it's to add to what James has said. When he was speaking about gender, I kind of misgender. So I wanted to add that if I understood the question that Jacqueline asked, I would also like to say that, when it comes to gender differences, I think that in terms of, girls or women engaging with technology and versus boys engaging in technology, they should be no difference, or there is no difference. In fact, the opposite could be true, because when girls or women are given opportunities, they thrive, they excel, but the problem is the differences in access and all the barriers that women and girls face, lower education attainment, they don't have time, insecurity, so they can't access even public provisions like cyber cafes, not enough money to have smart mobile phones, etc., etc. In terms of institutional engagement, it's that all those problems are echoed there, and also the opportunities are also echoed there. So when girls and women are exposed to technology, they are equal and they thrive. Innovation, the question about innovating backwards, I think to add on to what James said, other important aspects, I think, it's a big debate in that is climate change, and this what we call we're always innovating forwards, we're always getting faster. Now we don't have enough chips or whatever problems we have producing what we need. And yet we are discarding and throwing, 5-year-old computers, etc., where people in Africa and other developing countries do not have access to these things. So, figuring ways of how these exchanges can, mutually be created to operate better. That kind of connection is, is quite important in that backwards innovation debate. So scholars like Ziegler and Hickel are, they're very vigorous in the idea that innovation, it needs to slow down. There's a lot happening, we can just kind of try and, solve some of the problems that we are developing rather than keep latching on forwards. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Linda. I see Larry has something to say.
Oh yes, just quickly, just to support, to add a bit to what Linda just mentioned. Africa is not a dumping ground for old computers. So I think what we need to do is to create our own computer, because the way computer works, they work on speed and memory. With the latest software, they're very robust, they're very heavy. If your computer is 5 years old, they will not work, either here in the UK or in Africa. So it's not about somebody doesn't have it in Africa, let's send it to them. Africa is not a dumping ground. We need to create our own side of computer that could basically work on software, just on that basis. And one thing on women, I must say, we need to recognize the fact that women are, yes, they're very, very smart at what they do. They can be even better than men in most cases, but they have a role, which is the mother of the nation. They raise children. Without them, we won't be here today. We cannot undermine that reality, that women will always play a role in the family and also in education. But of course, we cannot expect them to excel as much as men who are just, pay as you go.
Thank you, Larry.
Just to quickly add to what Larry have just stated there. Actually, I talking about gender, I'm fortunate to have a mom who this year is 103. And I asked her, I happened to have asked to say, issue about women and this, equality and all these things. And she just smiled. She just smiled. And I said, well, why? He said, well, he said, if you know, those that are important, those that own you, if you don't realize, your mother owns you.
So our first talk this afternoon is from 1 o'clock to 1:30. So colleague Demet.
Hi, dear Gordon.
Hello.
Am I the one presenter?
Yes, I believe, yep.
Oh, okay,
Yep.
perfect.
So Demet's going to be presenting on impacts of COVID-19 on distance education in HE.
Okay, I'm sorry for keeping you wait. Okay, it's done.
Yep, that's working.
Okay, when it's okay, I can start.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'll reappear 5 minutes to go.
Okay. I and my colleagues are working in Turkey in Ankara Yıldırım Beyazıt University in Department of Information Management, and we had made a study on the impacts of COVID-19 on distance education in higher education. It's a kind of descriptive analysis. And for the introduction part, I can say that COVID-19 has changed everything, and it has greatly affected human life, and it has greatly changed how we make our business. The education processes were turned into the distance education, and we started to work from home. Many sectors were under the great influence of COVID-19, and one of the sectors was the education sector. Besides the deficiencies and disadvantages, some of the advantages of this distance education also were put into the fore. And our main focus was the higher education field in the COVID-19. In our study, we aim to examine the academic studies that were done on distance education during the COVID-19 process. We have chosen some articles in this perspective, and we analyzed them. We were curious about during COVID-19, the academics made which kind of studies and how are their research designs, which kind of these methods they use in their studies, or which sampling group they worked with, what are the target population or the environment, or what are their data analysis methods. Indeed, our main focus was this, and this was one of our research questions. Also, we asked what are the distributions of the numbers of publication database, publication month, and what are the specified aims, research topics, and future works in these articles. In our study process, we have chosen some articles from the TÜBİTAK ULAK-BİM Equal database. We have chosen articles from this database, and we have analyzed the articles according to the publication database, publication month, research methods, research design, data collection tools, sampling selection methods, sample size, and what are the sample groups and environment, what kind of data analysis methods they use, or what are the specified tools in education, distribution of male and female authors, what are the frequently used words in these articles, and the number of the keywords, page and reference count, distribution of countries, and so on. And we made a content analysis. Among the 201 articles, we have chosen only 51 articles for our research. In the first, our research is made 4 stages. In the first stage, we made online searching using some keywords. In the second phase, we selected articles that meet the criteria. And in the third part, we made the descriptive analysis and the content analysis. And in the fourth part, we prepared some graphics and we interpreted the results. In our search, we used some keywords. We used Boolean and Boolean search terms and phrases. We wrote like COVID-19, coronavirus, distance education or distance learning or online education or online learning, remote education, e-learning or electronic learning, open education. These are the keywords we used while making a search in the databases. We use some limiters and expanders also to filter the results. We applied the equivalent subjects, and our limiters was the peer-reviewed journals in English, published in English, and for the document type, we use academic journals. And after collecting the articles, like 201 articles, these articles were subject to a preliminary evaluation. We made the preliminary evaluation because it was important to determine whether the articles are suitable for the study or whether we can work with these articles. And we check the titles, we check the abstracts, and we check whether the articles has a method part or not. Some of the articles didn't have a methodology part, we omitted them. And we had like exclusion and inclusion criteria in this research. For example, we had the obligation that it had to be published in a peer-reviewed journal. It had to be published in like 2020 during the COVID-19 process. And we also made a content, we looked for a content that was on distance education. Some of the articles were not directly related with this content. We also omitted them. We had an exclusion criteria again because of this content. Also, some of the articles aren't directly related with COVID-19. This was also one of the exclusion reasons. Some of them, as I said, have the lack of methodology, and we also omitted them. As I said, among the 205 articles, we have chosen only 51 articles from 10 databases, which are provided by TÜBİTAK Equal. And these are the reviewed publication databases for the study. We have chosen articles from there. For example, Academic Search Ultimate, Science Direct, Scopus, Medline. We included some articles from these databases. Also, in accordance with our exclusion and inclusion criteria, we omitted some of the articles. As for the findings, in 2020, we made a research, and in the graphic, you see the publication databases and publication months here. For example, Scopus is the mostly used publication database, and the second is the Academic Search Ultimate, and the other one is the Medline. The publication months, for example, May is the top peak month in which the articles related to COVID-19 and distance education were mostly published. We also looked for the research methods and research designs used in these 51 articles. Here again, we see that many of the articles used quantitative methods. The second proportion is the qualitative method, and the other one is the mixed method. As for the data collection tools, here in the articles, we discovered that mostly used collection tool is the participant observation, and the other one is online survey, like the other one is closed-ended questionnaire. Structured interview is one of the least ones. Open-ended achievement test or semi-structured interview. These are the less studied used collection tools. As for this, we also looked for the sampling selection methods. In these 51 articles, most of the sampling selection method is the purposive one, and the other one is the random one. And the least used is volunteer and stratified selection method. We also looked for the sample size in these articles. Here, most rate is belong to the 129 range. I can say also the sampling groups are, most of the groups are from the postgraduate students, I can say it. And the least one is the medical trainers and public key 12 schools. Sorry, it's a bit hard to change the slides. It's a bit slow. Also, as for the distribution of the environment used in the articles, we can say that most of the articles, like 80% of it is from the higher education field. Sorry for the error. It's taking time to change the slide, maybe because of the connection. And we also look for the data analysis methods. Here again, 40% of the proportion belongs to the descriptive statistics, I can say it. And the 26% of it belongs to the, again, descriptive analysis. We also search for the tools which were used in distance education in these studies. Most of the studies reported that Zoom is the mostly used tool in the educational platforms. The other one is Google Meet. You can here see the distributions. There are some other tools, but these are least used ones. Most of the tools were Zoom, Google Meet, and Blackboard. We also look for the distribution of the authors. Again, here the number of the male authors is more than the female. Sorry, the male. We also look for the keywords. For example, COVID-19, education, e-learning, online learning, higher education, coronavirus, online teaching. These are the keywords in the articles. But most of the commonly used keyword is the COVID-19. You can see the range here. The other one is like e-learning. Also some remote learning, mobile learning, students. These are the other keywords. It was a bit interesting to look at the articles from this perspective. We also looked for the page count and reference count. Here, most of the articles are between 6 and 10 pages. We can say it. Again, for the distribution of the reference count in the articles, some of them are over 30 pages, we can say it. We also checked for the distribution of the countries. Most of the studies are from coming USA. The second one is China, England, and Saudi Arabia, we can say it, and the other one is Ukraine. We made this study at the beginning of the pandemic. Probably the results will be different if it would be done again in the end of the pandemic. It was a creative and interesting, probably original study in the beginning of the pandemic, but now it lost some of the value in terms of originality. We think that there will be better results if this study is repeated now, because now we are in the end of the pandemic period, and maybe the the findings will change in the different studies, and maybe more than many articles have been published in this field since the last 2 years. The results will be different, but our results only limited with the beginning of the pandemic, and it shows the trends in academic studies in terms of the impact of COVID-19 in distance education in higher field. In our study, we discovered that the most commonly used research method was the quantitative method, and the most preferred research design is the cross-sectional research design. Also, we discovered that as a data collection tool, most of the studies use participant observation method. Also, as a sampling selection method, most of the studies use purposive sampling selection method. And the bigger group they worked is with the undergraduate students, and descriptive analysis is the commonly used method. But probably if this study is repeated now, the findings will change totally perhaps. And the most study came from China, USA. These are the drawing attention in the article, and most of the educational tools used in distance education is Zoom, video conferencing tool. And also we discovered that most of the used keywords in these articles is COVID-19, e-learning, pandemic. And I try to just give some important points from the article. The detailed version is in the full article. We just wanted to share the most attractive ones. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Very interesting talk. So I don't have any sort of questions that the audience have got. I want to sort of start off with, in terms of the video platforms that were used, Zoom was the most popular one. It was kind of Google Meet and Teams. Why do you think Zoom was so popular? Is it purely a price issue, or?
Sorry.
Why do you think
Zoom is the popular?
Yeah.
Probably we don't have to pay it in the beginning of pandemic, but now it's a bit expensive one probably. But it was the interface is a bit simple to use. People liked it, the students also. For example, in our university we use Teams platform, but when I asked the students, for example, they reported that Zoom is the more practical one. When we asked the professors, they say Zoom is the more practical one. Also, we had used some local tools in our university, for example, in Turkey. But again, when we asked the students and professors, they say, of course, Zoom. Still, they say so.
Yeah, we found a similar thing. I think Zoom was very popular because it integrates quite well with mobile phones and things. So we started using Teams early on, because we had a campus license from Microsoft. Okay, so there's a question in the meeting chat from Ratko about, so what are the bad effects of online education?
Do you mean in the article we searched, or do you ask generally, Ratko? Because we made a research generally. Generally, yes, I think it can be discussed because I'm also an academician in the university, and when I ask my students, the result is 50-50. 50% of the students are happy with distance education because they save time for coming to school, and they say it's practical. But yes, in some terms, it's a bit. It has many disadvantages that students lose the contact with us, and some of the students just like learning in the classroom environment, they don't prefer the distance education platforms. Also, some of them have lower information literacy and technology literacy skills. They find it challenging to use these kind of platforms. The question changed according to the students' perspective and skills. But as if we ask it to the lecturers, most of them, for example, from my university, are satisfied with the use of online tools, and they are satisfied with the distance education because they can organize and plan their time in a well-mannered way. In this way, they believe so. I also think like this. But of course, yes, physical education also is needed in some of the departments. But especially many complaints come from the medical and dentist faculty. They couldn't make the practical courses in a very efficient way. Yeah, in terms of the medical faculties, maybe online education was not good. But in Turkey, to make the medical courses more efficient, there were some projects developed during the pandemic. Some online simulation programs were developed by some of the higher education groups. They were also found out to be successful. But in social science faculty, they are more satisfied with online education, but for the medicine, I can't say the same thing. Yes, thank you, Ratko. Yes, maybe in all over the world, practical and lab exercises very big challenging. I'm reading the question.
Yes, thanks, Margaret. So Margaret's question about did lecturers and students' views about distance education change once you return to face-to-face teaching?
I'm sorry.
I was thinking that although they might have preferred face-to-face, once they were back, did they sort of think back and say, I'd like the freedom of planning, etc.?
Yeah, indeed, transition to face-to-face education was a bit challenging for them as well, because some of the, for example, it was a big disadvantage for our first grade students. They entered the university during the pandemic, and the students didn't know each other. When they just directly came to the physical education again, it was a big challenge because they couldn't make a team again. They couldn't become a team. It took time. It took like 1 year to reconcentrate. Also, it was a challenging orientation for them to come back to the campus life. But most of them are satisfied that we moved to the physical education again. But some of the students lost skills. Some couldn't follow the courses because of technical problems. When they come back, we discovered that there was in some of the students' skill, there was a retard and they couldn't show a good performance. Yes, as Ratko says, in offline mode, drawing the attention of the students was a bit hard, but we tried to use some gamified tools like Kahoot. In online education, we made gamified quizzes to increase the excitement of the students. Sometimes we were watching animation videos. It was efficient, I think, to use these kind of methods. During pandemic, for example, I prepared some gamified curriculum. It was part of my PhD thesis, but I also applied my experimental design in Zoom environment with the students. I applied games and animation videos to my students. They were bored with traditional curriculum and traditional materials. I used the gamified materials with my students. They liked it. The other traditional group didn't like the traditional concept. I compared the results in my PhD, and the ones who are in the gamified group proved to have better results, academic results in the test. From this perspective, I can say that some interactive methods, gamification tools can be used in online environments still. I totally not support the distance education or the physical education. I support the hybrid one. Now in my university, we continue to use the hybrid method. Some of the courses are physical, some of the courses are still online. For example, in the courses that require practical exercise, the students come to the campus. But some of the courses can be still done outside of the campus. Also, my department is trying to make a project to gamify some of the courses in the curriculum that can be used in hybrid education. Otherwise, we lose the students in the screen. We cannot know what they are doing in the backside of the screen. But if we put some game elements, if we make them watch a video or something like this, they are more engaged. That was my observation.
Thank you. Yeah, so interesting. Yeah, we saw similar things with engaging students, and yeah, I think that the hybrid approach is something that's come out of COVID, but it's quite challenging resource-wise. But yeah, so thank you, David. So our next speaker is Oksana. Do you want to start sharing your screen? We've got another 2 minutes to then start. We'll stick to timing in case people join us for the actual published time.
At this stage, Neil, if I could, just
yeah, sure.
Just actually also to thank Dermot. That was a lovely presentation. Thank you very much. And
thank you so much.
That was great. And also to let everybody know that because you registered for this conference, you should have received an email from the BCS with to ask for another registration for the evening meal tomorrow. So tomorrow evening, the Wednesday, from 5:30 to 6:30 is our conference dinner. Bring your own food and your own refreshments, because we're not providing it, because it's a Zoom conference dinner. But the main thing is there'll be a little bit of discussion, break into breakout rooms, come back, a little bit more discussions, and hopefully you've got some great ideas about what we do next year. But the main thing is look in your email. Everybody that's registered, and if you haven't received it, maybe you didn't register, in which case register for the conference, and then you will automatically receive the registration details for the evening meal. If you've got problems, contact me. And hopefully at least some of you can join us for the evening meal with your own food. In which case, thank you, Neil.
Thanks, Margaret. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So right in time, we're now ready for the next talk. So next speaker, Oksana Rosina, we'll talk jointly with Margaret on postgraduate online and hybrid delivery courses for students and institutions, and has of its recent tendency got a future. Over to you, Oksana. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here. I just thought, listening to that, I thought I'll tell you the brief story about that. I am content strategist, and I like to concentrate on digital content, mostly for undergraduate, kind of on higher education and undergraduate students. However, one day we had a conversation with Margaret, and she pointed out that our lives as adults has changed, and in particular with like adult learners, And we really like to get this flexibility nowadays, as everybody mentioned today. And as we have to often in our lives have to juggle family life, work life, studies, and we kind of prefer this type of learning. And then every institution now is offering at least one online course, whereas a number of institutions offer much more. So we thought, would that be just a temporary solution, or would that be like a living issue? Are we going to have this for future? And that's how we ended up doing this paper. So we'll look at the presentation. I'll be official now. Thank you so much for your time. And let's have a look. First of all, we'll look at the changes in the global market and the UK and higher education institutions. And first of all, we see that according to economists, the companies really struggle with the successful global existence, as on the market there is always high competition, and the struggling starts with much stronger financially stable companies through to continuous conflict with continuously changing laws and regulations for the businesses, which includes higher education institutions, and this making companies really struggle with the loss of efficiency when they operate on more than one market. Then we looked at political and financial situation, and obviously, despite the potentially predicted opportunities for the UK with leaving Brexit, for example, the country started to suffer quite quickly with inflation, devalue of the currency, 3 million job losses, which were previously based on provided via exports, lowering customer purchasing power, shortages in skilled labor, losing EU subsidiaries, changes in taxes, like to name a few. And also political instability made the GDP go lower, even further decline in gross domestic product, and also added global inflation and energy crisis, where as adult learners we might think, should I pay for the bills or should I just maybe go for postgraduate education? It's a question sometimes. Demographic issues, we know, like these problems. There were almost 724,000 born in 2011. It's all according to The Guardian. And up from this 2001, 595, however, 10 years earlier was 700,000. Obviously, this reflected in the numbers of individuals able to go for studies. And we're not talking about undergraduate studies, as postgraduate would always be considered optional. Was it for people to go? Not sure. Was it to add additional debt? Also not sure. So that's another issue. As we know, obviously, COVID and lockdown, as it changed our lives, and obviously the changes affected two sides, universities and students. Universities start making a lot more new strategic alliances with other institutions abroad, whereas students now have experience with distance learning. And as we can see, all of those factors seriously implicated the implicated by high competition and impacted all businesses from big to small, and that definitely unquestionably includes higher education institutions. And then we come again, as I already mentioned, the life of adult learners consists of combining their lives in terms of work and family and studies. And this is particularly sensitive during the lockdown periods. to add to that, the last but not the least is that the digital consumer's behavior is constantly changing, and there are raising expectations from websites and digital experience. So therefore, there is a clear picture that higher education institutions would be struggling for survival, as probably any other companies. And they do need to consider other options, not just face-to-face education when it's possible, when it's, there is an opportunity to do something. So the next point would be offering new marketing solution. So we can see the fast changing trends in technology keep changing our daily lives. Everything, IT is changing every day. And that leads to high expectations from digital customers when they can even download films within seconds. So this requires higher education institutions offering new types of studies, being able to suggest digital learning or hybrid learning as a part of their new marketing strategy. So these are the courses I'm talking about. And they should not necessarily replace all the full-time courses, but there should be an option for adult learners to be confident undertaking those courses. And then we have a big problem because unfortunately, there is no official reporting on these courses, these types of courses online. We could only find official reports on part-time or full-time courses. What presumably they're included. However, we can see the tendency of these courses appearing in every institution in reality, because I found different sources, and different sources were given different numbers. However, even through the basic search, when you go to online database, in the UK, I found over 500 postgraduate courses available for adult learners. Then we have also in this field high competition globally through the MOOC courses, which is massive open online courses. This competition was coming from America. I put here EDX online courses, and however, they're mostly available and related to prestigious university, which kind of questionable competition as well. And we can see that there is this tendency of having those courses are supported by both higher education institutions and students, as during financial crisis, the former would be considering another option to survive, whereas the latter would think about their convenience and being able to manage more things. And then we think about customizing the availability for digital courses. And I had here 3 issues that, apart from inability to find official records for these courses online, it was hard to find them on individual universities, which was quite surprising for the researchers. And the search for hybrid delivery courses, for example, in the majority cases resulted in advice or events or blogs or articles related to teachers and lecturers or staff development, but not the actual courses. And furthermore, the taxonomy was also questionable, as in some places the courses were called online, some of them distance learning, and they did not necessarily found each other if there was an option. And other institutions, they positioned online courses under part-time, and others positioned hybrid delivery mode under online or under part-time. So it was complete confusion. And obviously, quite logical, as it can't be found, the obvious outcome would be reflected in the potential student loss, which would in turn negatively impact the financial position of the higher education institutions. And as we come into the logical outcome, this to improve the visibility of these courses is vital, because according to the recent researchers, the websites are the first point of information for students. So let's see what we need to do. We know that there is a fair criticism for the courses noticed by academics, from digital resources to quality of online material and to the skills and abilities of the teaching staff. However, we can see, despite those issues, we can see there is an inevitable movement for higher education institutions offering more and more of these courses to their learning provision. And being familiar with the ability to control their time management and accessing online resources, modern students, particularly online learners, like adult learners, they would like to have this flexibility and control. This is like buying an expensive good item. After using it, you think twice whether to come back to the bad quality one. And the other point to make would be that these researchers emphasize that this approach is of a higher level, as it places the universities in the position of being student-centered higher education institutions, which we really want to achieve. So coming to conclusion, there are just 4 needs to point. And the first one, as we can see from review, there is a clear need for the flexibility from higher education institutions. And that would also lead to consider 3 facts. University resources, as some UK institutions, you would be surprised, but still providing badly scanned copies from textbooks as their quality online resources, and overloading with chunks of text, not using any text simplifiers, bullet points, infographics, or anything to ease the process of processing of information. Then we also need to consider, as everybody mentioned today, the needs and abilities of the digital users, from health issues to necessary help with IT and the skills in using distance learning equipment, and also sometimes help with families and work to make sure they manage and achieve the results we want. And obviously, the last but not the least is the teachers' skills and abilities. So we know that, as one of the ladies already mentioned, I think it was Liz Baton at the beginning, that it takes much longer to prepare for these courses. And according to the UK law, you need to provide them with the transcript of a lesson prior to any session you deliver online. And there are also needs and abilities from the lecturers in terms of delivering, marking, communicating, and obviously IT skills. So there is a need, also another need, for customer research. So we need to know where they're coming from, how they're coming to, and what are their online journeys when they visit our websites, to see what they're doing, how they're doing, what they search. And obviously we need to improve, where needed and possible, the search engine optimization to simplify their tasks for which the action they come into the websites, and to kind of help them with the user experience and digital experience, as nowadays the customers often evaluate the companies on the quality of their websites. And that actually interesting includes trustworthiness as well, which is surprising. And finally, could be summarized that it is possible to state that a widespreading sort of new way of studying is there to stay in the UK market. However, potentially undergoing some changes in the future. That's it. Thank you. Have you got any questions?
Thank you, Oksana. That was an interesting talk. A lot of institutions are facing challenges with their postgraduate courses. So there's a question in the meeting chat from Racco. So what do you think about the students' knowledge assessments of online mode in force? And what do you think about the quantity of your knowledge they acquire compared to the offline mode?
I don't see the big issue. There would be evaluation equally for full-time studies and undergraduate studies and face-to-face. I would still think that the evaluation should be in person as we speak now, sort of in a digital form, but kind of in person. And then it could be through the in the written form, because this is just prior evaluation. This is kind of, but this could be with a specialist together with lecturers. You cannot, I mean, kind of support officers rather than just lecturers, because some health issues and some IT issues could be identified by professionals, maybe psychologists, maybe, I don't know, advisors, professional advisors who work for universities. So I wouldn't say that it would be any different from face-to-face. And I also actually listened to the presentations, and not many people said that a lot of people, introverts, actually would prefer having this kind of education. And some people also will not be, although they might be very clever, they might not be confident, thinking that I am kind of out of place studying for masters here. I might not be clever enough, you know, this imposter syndrome. And a lot of people like that. And when they see others, it's easier for them to start communicating in this way as well. Sorry. Thank you.
You mentioned about the need for search engine optimization.
Yeah.
Any suggestions on how we could do that?
Oh, professionals again.
Yeah.
It can't be just software developers. The funny thing is, I was evaluating undergraduate courses mostly, and I can tell you that what software developers think is clear and understandable. Children think, oh my God, I'm not doing this, and absolutely do different way of search. So that's the whole point of customer research, digital customer research, because people think, and at different age and different kind of coming from different backgrounds, you would see that the searches could be very different, and they could be sensitive searches as well. At Solent University, for example, they changed now the way you search, and not many post-92 institutions did that. When you start typing, for example, you will start typing compute, yeah? And it will already, as soon as you type, start showing to you all the courses. But not only that, if you make a search for that, it will show you the courses which do not contain the word computing or computer. It will give you courses which will have the meaning there as well. So that's how carefully they consider all different things. So that's why it was extremely surprising how undeveloped the search engine optimization. And by the way, I wanted to share, this wasn't coming from my dreams about this scanned copies of textbooks, because my husband was studying for at Open University, and he finished 2 years of his studies, and then his employer suggested to him to move to another university. And he is a working person, so he was like adult learner, and he was studying obviously via hybrid, mostly online, and then using the new university's digital system, he, after half a year, stopped that and came back. Even though he lost this 1 year, he had to come back to Open University because he said, I want to have the knowledge. It was so badly prepared. So resources, I know exactly, you would think that modern universities, they wouldn't provide such bad quality items, but they do. And he said, I'll lose 1 year, but I bet get the good knowledge. So it's actually true that, unfortunately and surprisingly, this is the case. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions from the audience? You either unmute yourself or add it to meeting chat.
Just actually a very quick one. Oksana, could you mention something about getting more data from students?
Please help me. I'll try to paste this. Oh, did it paste? Wait, I'll try to paste to everyone. I need data from children, well, adolescents, children, I call them children. They're 14 to 17 years old, and I'm getting their opinions about higher education institutions' websites. So I'm doing questionnaires and I'm doing focus groups. With any of them would be really helpful if anyone could help me. I literally, it's getting ridiculous. I literally have to ask people to know if you know somebody, and I'm doing one by one because the schools are so safeguarded about any. I also send them all the ethical forms and everything, but it's such a nightmare of getting data. If you know any 14 to 17, please help. I put there in our chat just now my email, and I put the QR code if it's you want to click, and it will open the questionnaire. So thank you so much. Thank you, Margaret. Thank you for helping me.
If I could actually just add in, because Oksana is working very hard on her PhD, and because of all the lockdown, she had to change the direction. And this is the last section that she needs to before she can actually get to the stage of submitting. And she desperately needs responses to the questionnaires and for some students in that age group to do some interviews with her. And it's the last little bit of her PhD. So there's anybody out there, but it's UK students only, I'm afraid. But please, please help her. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Neil.
I said, asked my wife, she's a sixth form tutor, so maybe able to get you some. Do you have students to email you direct then?
If you could email me, I will give you all the questions so they would not be concerned that something is inappropriate there.
Okay.
I will send, and they will see what questions I ask and what are the possible answers. And if they don't like anything, obviously we can talk about it.
Okay. One question I had was you mentioned about the need for flexibility, but also the need for resourcing. Have you seen institutions doing much about offering sensible resourcing for the new teaching? I know at Hull we've been asked to do a lot more hybrid teaching and create quality videos instead of lectures, and then have sessions like this online or in rooms to talk about it. There was no more time or resource to make these new videos and then spend our teaching time doing something new.
Yeah, you're right. But this is like, imagine yourself back many years when you come back and started teaching. You didn't have any lectures. You would spend your time doing preparation. So this is just a new way of kind of preparing. This would be a part of lecturers' responsibility to create some kind of videos if they're relevant. However, I would still consider that it's possible to get help, because nowadays at universities there are specialists who are in Solent University. I know they have particular person working just on videos. So you might get help, and they working for marketing. So they might help with professional approach, or they might help like with different suggestions, which, you know, they are specializing in. So that might be, but you're absolutely right. It's a nightmare. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, is it question?
Okay, thanks, Alexander. So any other questions for now? Okay, if not, so you can thank Oksana for her talk. You can clap with your responses, and similarly for Denet before. So thank you. Right, so we get a hand over. So I'll hand over to Margaret for now, whilst I do the next talk.
Right. Thank you very much. So Neil's been doing a fantastic job on the chairing. So it's a quick about turn. So we're very, very lucky then that, as he's actually put in the chat as well, it's teaching students about using first, oops, and I've lost it now, the first test-driven development. Now, this is one of, in fact, 3 papers that Neil's involved with. There's another one later on that his colleague is presenting, and another one tomorrow. So very, very good. So just before we start, so we're not starting ahead of time, in case anybody's coming in specifically for the paper, I'm just going to repeat what I've said before. So I'm sorry about that for those that have heard it for what would be the 3rd time. There is a conference dinner tomorrow, Wednesday, 5:30 to 6:30. It's a sort of light dinner, but it's basically a get together. As long as you registered for this conference, then you will automatically receive an email from the BCS giving the new registration directions to register for the dinner if you wish to join the dinner, which I hope some of you will. The idea is we will actually have a little chat at the beginning and go into breakout rooms and then head back again. One of the things we're particularly interested in, any thoughts that you might have about maybe new directions for the conference, any new topics we ought to come, any things that we're missed out that we ought to be doing and including. So that, again, we've got our next conference. It's all lined up from 22nd to 24th of June 2023. So you could actually go ahead and start putting that in your diary and start writing your abstracts straight away, which would be great. So I think at this stage, I'm going to pass across to Neil and leave you to introduce yourself. Thank you very much, Neil. Neil, you're muted. Just a slight snack.
Okay, so hopefully I'm sharing my screen and you can hear me. So thanks, Margaret. Yes, I'm Neil Gordon, lecturer at Hull. This is some work with several colleagues. So John Dixon, Mike Brayshaw, Brian Thompson, Simon Gray, and David Parker. Brian should be joining us during the session, so I hope you'll be able to join in talking about one aspect of this. So it's really looking at the education side of teaching computing, partly from kind of a software engineering, software design approach, but we've been applied to our teaching. So it's kind of using both our discipline knowledge and approaches in our teaching roles as well. So the test-driven side here is from the software engineering approach of test-driven software development. As again, we're deal where we design test cases prior to fully developing software. And so in this short presentation in the paper, we look a bit at how realistically we can do that in terms of teaching, a bit about how far it's already practiced, so a bit more kind of the philosophy of the approach, but also how to utilize it effectively, which can be within computing education, where it fits in naturally, but also elsewhere. Part of the context of this is obviously the last 2 years of the sort of pandemic-based teaching, where we look at ways that we can effectively engage students in their learning, how we effectively assess students. And again, it's something which is particularly relevant in computer science, where computer science, certainly in the UK and in many Western countries, has been identified as having some particular problems or issues in terms of student attainment, student success, and also student employability. Again, there's various factors around that. So this is one approach to how we can look at trying to improve it. We had a look at a paper in last year's conference on how we could apply agile development approaches in teaching. So this is kind of a similar approach. We looked more at the test-driven side of software development. But the key aspect of making that work is thinking about the design first. And again, another aspect of software development, looking at the way we plan what we want to teach and do. So I think of this from kind of the didactic dialogue with the students, thinking about the design purpose of what we're going to do. And the key thing here is thinking about the implementation then of the teaching. You look at how we get the students to pass the design criteria. So we design the tests to reflect what we want to happen from the design, and implementation follows from that. And again, I'll talk a bit about how that contrasts to other approaches to teaching in higher education and more general teaching. The key idea of the design approach is to ensure we preserve things like algorithmic purity, the clarity of what we're trying to teach, by focusing on that test of it. In some sense, this mirrors things like constructive alignment. So with sort of John Biggs' approach, which is a big underpinning for teaching in general, and also in higher education in particular. Now, apparently, from a kind of pragmatic approach, I think many academics start off in a slightly different way. So I think Biggs is often quoted in people's teaching qualifications. If you've been made to do your university's higher education academy related course, or you've done other teaching qualifications, you come across Biggs. But equally, when you look at your practice, I think many academics actually start with a different approach. They tend to think, well, what do they want to teach? They might then look at things like learning outcomes and then design assessment at the end of that process. Whereas kind of a test-driven approach is thinking about, well, how would we assess something? So from a design idea of what we want to do, thinking about the test we want the participants to do, which will ensure they've met the required outcomes. So in software engineering approaches, that's how you do a test-driven approach. You think about what do you want to happen, look at the outcomes, and think about how can we design tests that will ensure that's what we've achieved. So really, then it's not simply looking at aims and objectives, but thinking about what requirements that we need that we can then assess through these tests. And we do that by looking at the design at the various levels. And we establish a test plan, which will then ensure we meet those requirements. So really, we're trying to take good software engineering and apply it to our teaching, and say in a variety of ways. And so software development, so we understand project development methodologies, like incremental test-driven approaches, and they can ensure that you meet specifications, so you do what's required. Also ensure that you create a quality sort of solution. Again, we'll compare that in terms of education in a moment. Obviously, there are challenges to this. In the previous talk, we talked about some of the challenges, the cost in terms of time and resource for hybrid teaching, online teaching. Also, looking at a quality test-driven approach, that has an upfront cost. In software engineering approaches and software development, it adds cost of software. In terms of teaching, it can again effectively add resource cost to teaching, but it should give you a more quality process. And you focus on areas where those tests will have most positive impact because of the cost of them. Again, normally in terms of software development, you want these things to be a whole, a hierarchy, with say lower level tests verifying some functionality and higher level tests testing the system. Again, we look at that in terms of education. You can mirror that down to what we teach within maybe courses or modules and how we combine this together into degree programs. Again, it's a reiteration of some of the software development approaches unit testing, looking at the software components, the software units, modules. We're trying to verify their behavior. Once you verify that behavior of those components, those units, then you put them together to build your larger system. That's with the integration testing, see how these things fit together and how they work. Unless you test or confirm that high level complexity. Ultimately, you have system testing, looking at the system-wide behaviors based on these different unit tests, based on the subsystems working together, check that the overall system you're creating meets the system-wide requirements. Also, you have to then think about acceptance testing. Is this thing you built suitable so that the users actually accept that? Does it meet what requirements they have? So in software testing, we have this wide range of approaches, how we can test different levels of the system, down from the unit testing up to the acceptance testing. And so think about as software developers, whether academic or commercial ones, we're aware of these approaches. Look at how we can apply these in education. So it was to take a test-driven teaching approach. So adopting those approaches and technologies, look at how we have a test-driven approach to teaching itself. As I mentioned in the introduction, the focus here is on computing, but much of this can be applied to other disciplines. Again, the focus on the teacher, very really here is we want to sort of design tests, which might be to look at how the student learning outcomes have been met, how they met the competencies of measure of student learning. So we can look at testing the teacher in that sense. Do the students pass the tests, which means the teacher has passed their test. This is a adaptation of Biggs' cluster of alignment diagram. In that, it talks not only about the teacher perspective of education, where teachers hopefully think about the objectives or the intended learning outcomes of their discipline. From that, they would design teaching activities, and that should lead on to some sort of form of assessment. So that's kind of the traditional, or the often the not idealized, but certainly a promoted form of how a teacher should think about what they're going to teach. So in higher education, that's a common way for several decades now of how we design courses. So think about the ILOs, think about how we turn that into teaching activities and how we assess it. Of course, as teachers, we have one perspective. Students' perspective is often quite different. Guess we've seen particularly during the last 2 years of COVID, but certainly the practice before that. Well, the first thing when you start teaching a course to students, they ask is, what's the final assessment? How will it be assessed? Can you show us past papers, show us the coursework now? What do we need to do to be assessed? And they focus their learning activities based on what will be tested. And from their student perspective, in many cases, the outcomes of this, the learning outcomes, is something which has happened to them because of the assessment they've passed, which they did by doing the necessary learning activities. Again, in constructive alignment, that is that your intended learning outcomes that the teacher designs should link into the assessment. So that is that you want to have align your learning outcomes with the assessment that students do. In our design first test driven approach, there's some similar ideas, but we switch around the testing and the activities. So first of all, think about what do we want to achieve. Again, at Hull, many institutions, the competing benchmark, and moving towards competencies. The idea that learning outcomes are better expressed as what does it mean to be a competent programmer? So competence is what we want to ensure students can do by the time they've finished our module, our degree. So a test-driven approach, well, how do we assess these competencies? What are the tests, what are the assessments we can apply, which means we can be sure the students are competent. And then to achieve those tests, what do we need to do with the students? What are teaching learning activities that they should pursue, which means that they can pass the tests, which means we know they're competent. And again, we still have that alignment, the competencies and assessment that the students see are aligned, but it gives us this design-first approach. So design is driven by the design of competencies, thinking about how we will test and assess that to validate it's happened, and then design actual teaching activities based on this. So if we follow that approach, we can then start to design things in a way which can be more effective. So in practice, what do we do for this? Well, look at the test-driven teaching then. Said in software engineering terms, so like unit tests. Well, they could be the sub-elements or module assessments where we're testing students on things within a module. So these are tests that students need to pass. We combine these into the system test, which in teaching terms, with a program level assessment. So what's the intended level of qualification outcomes? What are the competencies we want? And ensure that students are meeting this. We come and build that set of tests for the collection of modules. Also, a related idea here is to think about assessment-driven learning. So again, utilising this test-driven approach, design assessment activities which will direct student learning. So that requires a test of sufficiently varied and providing context of learning aims. So that's recognising from the student perspective, it's assessment that drives what they do in many cases. And in practice, I think that's probably the majority of students nowadays aren't here to learn for the sake of learning, they're here to achieve some outcome. So in terms of that design-first approach then, think about the program module content is delivered and planned based on these learning outcomes, based on the tests we want to validate what's been achieved. So that strong alignment then of the competencies we want the students to have. So again, computer science, typically, they should be a competent programmer. We'll validate that by some tests, which will check that they are able to program. And that's then supported by the module content. So I think that can be a bit of an alien approach to many academics. I think we historically because we often set the assessments that the students are going to take based on what we teach, we tend to go back to that idea, that model. But actually, we tend to, like here, think about what we want to teach, then think about learning outcomes as an assessment last. Whereas if we're thinking about going forward now, we want to think about what do we need to achieve, competencies, how do we assess that, and then design the teaching. So there are a few sort of case studies here from examples here at Hull. So one example in the paper is from a colleague's module. So David Parker does one on 2D graphics simulation. Again, the kind of the idea here, the design first competencies. Well, competency in that module is about understanding use of vectors and matrices, applying mathematical transformations. So in practice, the students are going to be asked to create some code, some software, to create classes, but we'll do some vector matrix manipulation. So we create that, expose the methods the students can then use to check the underlying mathematical functions. So we provide students with a specification for the class and the collection of unit tests that they can run against that implementation. So that is, it is a test-driven approach of the teaching. So we thought about the competency we want them to achieve here in this second bullet point, and then we've got the tests that we'll test them against. I think the students can use that to drive their learning. And these same tests have been used in formal assessment. So that can then generate the mark for the students. So based on how many tests they pass, we can use that, not necessarily in a linear way, but we can use that to check or to decide how to grade the students. We could have hidden tests potentially. In practice, that hasn't been necessary because there's other testing of the way that students work is going in practice through the integration of the system. The next example was from compilers. So if Brian has joined us again by now. Let's see Brian there.
Yeah, yes, I'm here
now.
now.
Sorry, Brian. Yeah, you'll talk for your compilers.
Oh, yeah. So what I focused on is the test-driven development that the student did, although there was a similar test-driven development in the generation of the material. It's just the thing about compilers is, for those of you who understand how compilers work, they're a very segmented piece of software, so they have clear components and very clear outcomes from each stage. And so what the students have to deliver to show competency at each stage is very clear. So they have to develop a sensible grammar, and then they have to identify the lexical components of that language and feed that into a tool. And we just use Flex and Bison, by the way, for those who want to know the technical details. And then they have to build a parser for that grammar, and then they have to build a parse tree, and then they have to generate some code, and they get a working compiler. So students can run this themselves on demand in the lab, so students can work at their own speed. So those who feel this is easy can attempt to do 6 weeks work in 6 days. So they rarely achieve that. And some of them can work a bit slower, and they can run these automated tests at home in the evening and use the outcome to help them learn. So the test-driven development helps the students learn, and I don't have to be there sitting next to them in the laboratory all the time. So I've done that over a period now, I can't remember, 7 years, 9 years, a while, and I feel it's working very well. And we use it in another module as well, which is mentioned in the paper. So that's the main outline of my slide there, Neil.
Thanks, Brian. Yes, so as Brian mentioned, so we have 2D graphics case study, this one compilers, in paper, another one in programming. Again, we a similar approach of giving students tests to test their software against, but we've designed based on the competencies we want them to achieve in the module. So that's the idea of the kind of different approaches to sort of test-driven teaching. So in summary, really, then, so test-driven approach to teaching can be effective. They can assist teachers in planning material and aligning teaching with the assessment. Again, utilising these test-driven mechanisms, programming and other computer topics, it's very natural, effective way to teach and direct student learning, and give experiences on this key software-driven approach. So test-driven is sort of hardwired into the degree programme, into the modules, into experiences. Another benefit of these test-driven approaches, there can be a way to give instant feedback. So obviously, as they manage to pass tests or don't pass tests, that's letting them see how far they're achieving the technical part of module. Well, again, that does require some explanation and being put in context, and it requires some human support as well. So finally, so teach programming is acknowledged as a challenge. If we find ways to improve student engagement and help out their learning, that's potential to improve those outcomes. As I mentioned, there's different ways we can do that. So it's test-driven approach is one, agile approaches, as I looked at last year, another. On practice, we utilise them all within our teaching. So say there's a few contacts here for the paper. So Brian, who just spoke, and myself, probably Mike should be joining us later this afternoon, as other colleagues as well. And with some links here. So I think we're roughly to schedule. So I'll stop there and invite any questions. Thank you.
It's a very positive comment, again, in the chat. The one thing I was actually more a thought I had, something that you were saying when students are being so driven by assessment. I do remember that when I first started lecturing, unfortunately rather a long time ago, students actually had this longing for learning. So I mean, the fact that you did anything that's outside, even outside the syllabus, they were delighted. But I gradually found it was sort of gradually closing in and in and in exactly the syllabus, in and in and in exactly the assessment. I don't know whether it's just my students or I got a feeling that yours maybe have followed the same sort of pattern.
Yeah, certainly that's my experience as well. I think as a student myself, I remember that more, I think generally being expectations at Scottish University to explore discipline. I think kind of a shift of that goes back to the sort of plenary talk by Liz, but the shift in student funding, I think, in England has had an impact on that. It seems as most customers are coming for the product. Also, the expansion of universities. You know, if I was at university, I think 8% of English A-level students went to university. This time, nearly 50%, or just over 50%, I think was achieved last year. So the nature of students has altered, and they do very much. Certainly, the sort of students that come to Hull, they want to focus on achieving the marks to get the degree, which is what will open up for future sort of prospects. We had a module the first year of the pandemic, and one of the student comments on it, they complained because they were asked to do things in assessment, which was to investigate topics and things for coursework, answer questions, but I hadn't covered in the lectures. And I said to them in the lectures that, well, assessment was based on lectures, but they had to go off and do their own research to answer the questions. And they were very much against that idea. They wanted to be told what the answers were. They could then put the answers into the system and get the marks. And it is something we experienced. I think Brian probably has similar experiences.
Oh yes, I just put my hand up to contribute to the answer there. I actually have a slightly different view than you expressed in your answer. Yes, I've been doing it a long time. So when I was at university, only 1% of 18-year-olds went to university, and now it's up to 50%. My feeling is that 1% is still there in my class and do learning for learning's sake, but we've swelled out the class with students with different motivations. That's the way I feel about it. It's not that the nature of students has changed. We've added students from different backgrounds with different motivations that have come to university for different purposes. That's the way I feel about it, if that helps you reflect on it.
And I think also Larry wanted to come in as well. Larry?
Yes, I just want to quickly ask one good question. Oh, sorry, no, one question. I'm not sure if it's good or not, but thank you very much for the presentation. Now, about exam, I went to Singapore and to understudy their education system, and they've moved away a long while ago from examination. They just do assignment based. And we at the University of Sunderland in London also now basically engage more on assignment. I'm not sure, have you analyzed the effect or impact that is having on the quality of education in terms of exam and assignment?
Again, at Hull, we had a review of our courses in the last 2 years, transforming our programs, and much of the focus on that was to move away from exams. So I think that's quite a common direction across UK higher education establishments. Some have kept exams, but many have moved away from them or reduced them. I think that there's different ways you can assess students effectively. So these sort of test-driven approaches that we're talking about, the test can be coursework, it can be a combined sort of open book assessments and coursework of various things. I don't have any data on how effective that is compared to more traditional exams. I think traditional exams have some benefits for academic staff in that they, in practice, can be quicker to mark in some cases, quicker to set than more open assessments. Test-driven approaches we talk about in this talk, where you can automate them, they can help in the marking side, but setting them up takes a long time. In terms of the sort of reliability of output, I think that's a slightly different question. Again, there's all sorts of challenges if you're not doing any exams in terms of how you ensure that the students sitting the assessment are the ones that set it. If it's coursework, there's more scope for forms of collaboration or cheating potentially. So I think there's all sorts of challenges about the quality of assessment. If you're not having any exams, that's something we're grappling with at Hull in various ways. You anything to add on that, Brian?
Yeah, I think a while ago I was fossilized in my view that students had to take an exam in the exam hall with a pen and a piece of paper. That's the only way they could demonstrate the theory of grammars. But I've moved to online and more coursework-based assessment and even open assessments, and I've over time discovered the results are comparable. You know, the good students do well and the weak students do poorly. And basically, I'm quite happy with the development. But sometimes the assessment does seem to match the nature of the material. Programming suits practicals, and some mathematics might suit more tests. But Neil's the mathematician, so he will have a view on the more mathematical examination than I would. I'm more of a software engineer.
Yeah, again, I think we can have sort of mixed assessments. I mean, I see some benefit to having an exam as a check at the end, whilst you have coursework, which we open book and things throughout to encourage engagement and give students feedback and direction. But I've said that, and given our institutional policies recently, sort of dropped exams, and I think that the profiles are not dissimilar, where it's purely based on more open book, open assessments done as portfolios. But I think that there are there's more potential for cheating or other issues that occur. I think how we manage that is something to look at longer term.
Yeah, based on that aspect of cheating or not cheating, so we have introduced presentation in the classroom, so that more like a mini Viva, of course, where you say you've written this assignment. Okay, why don't you do a poster, a one-page poster, summarize this subject and present it to us. Let's hear it. So that in some cases, we do have people who are good, they'll come into the class and then do a presentation. But on that day, we also know some people will fall ill, will call in sick. And so we then probably lose half of the class because of presentation. And what we then say to them is, it's part of the assessment. So you have to make sure you come, because you're losing almost 30 or 40% for assessment. And then they do tend to come. So those sicknesses kind of run away somehow. So we feel some of them are struggling with that. So what we've done is built-in presentation from the word go, from week 3, week 4, to start encouraging them to do presentations so they can become more engaged, and then we know if they're picking it up or not. So formative assessment has also helped in that respect as well.
Yeah, I think that's a good approach. I think it's one of the things which has a scalability issue. Now we have in computer science generally, there's obviously north of 300 problem. So we've got institutions, we have modules where we're teaching 200-300 students. So presentations then have value, but they do have a big staff cost, which kind of goes back, I think, to Oksana's talk in previous one, where managing resourcing of that is a challenge.
Yeah.
I just want to comment on diversity. We should be careful about forcing students to do presentations, and you should notice the thing that's been in the press about a student who died, and the words of the coroner after forcing the student to do a presentation. So presentations aren't always the solution. We need to come up with a wider variety of mechanisms that support diversity. Just thought I'd flag that up.
Yes, I read that too. Thank you very much for that. I actually am aware of that.
A question has come up. Neil, can you pick that? How about agile teaching methods? This is coming from Tom Gill.
Yes, so I referred to the proceedings of 2021 conference where we did talk about agile approaches to teaching computer science there.
Must admit, going back to your point on Brian on diversity, I think there is quite a problem with certainly students who've got certain particularly mental problems. Then you do have to work around and come something rather separate for just one or two students, different from the rest. And you've just got to be prepared to, I think, again, this is just my view, to treat them separately.
I'd comment on that. I mean, I have papers on using the social model of disability. The social model of disability says you have to construct an assessment that works for all students, irrespective of their diversity, and certain people are not assessed specially. But it's hard. So doing it properly means it works for everybody, whether they're blind, sighted, deaf, hearing, physically disabled, enabled, bedridden, ambulant. That's what the social model of disability says, and it's tough, but it can be done.
Certainly, I think it's a lot of changes on the assessments, and certainly what you were saying about Neil about the linking in the in coursework against test, and I think test or presentation with a sort of viva attached to it is the way. What you're really getting from that is actually, is it that student's work, as opposed to the assessment is the real judge of how good they are. Again, just my view. Any other questions at all? That was really good. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Margaret. So Neil gone from Hull, my colleague Mike Brayshaw, introduce a bit more in a moment. So we're going to talk about, say, people, e-learning and hybrid society, and lasting changes from health crisis, potentially. So I think Mike's going to lead on most of you talking through these, and I'll go quiet whilst I just move the slides along. So if you let me know, Mike, when you're ready for the next slide. Okay.
Okay. So over the last couple of Inspires conference, for example, we've seen people talk about their experience, diary studies, and how they coped with the immediate situations they found themselves in. And as Margaret has just said in her introduction, all the consequences to look at is really where we are and what has changed. What we can see to be a lasting change, what is something that maybe is a temporary change and we'll go back, and how things have evolved and we've become different people, both in terms of how we interact, how we consume media, how we interact socially, and how we interact with education institutions and content. So we're going to argue the world's changed and what people expect has changed. And this has led to a very rapid hybridization of how we go about both living, shopping, working, and education. In many ways, people saying, well, we've advanced 10 years. Sure, these technologies were out there, but in many cases, you just didn't need to embrace them if you didn't want to embrace them. Many people could get perfectly by on a paper-based society, using paper-based currency, using paper-based tickets to get on planes and trains, things like that. And if you didn't wish to become a technophile, you didn't need to. But when we're faced with things like lockdowns and faced with having to stay in your own home, when the only type of interaction out there was interaction by these communicated means, what we had, if you like, is a shotgun marriage with the future, where people had to embrace this technology. There was no way. If they wanted to talk to people, if they wanted to talk to family, or talk to friends, if they wanted to talk to their tutors, if they wanted to interact with their universities, then they would have to get online. And as a result, we now live in a hybridized world. One which in part we can use the physical world. At other times, we live online and we interact online. Now, clearly one of the things is this going to be a lasting change, or are we going to go and move back? So if we go on to just look at how things were beforehand. The next slide, please. Okay. There's been a great move to technologically enhanced learning by the introduction of computers education. And you can see how this infrastructure had slowly developed. And it was a creeping thing in the sense that in 1990s, many institutions I was at, for example, said all work had to be work processed. Gradually, things would be able to do things like electronic submission of assignments, great novel things when these changes came about. So we've gradually seen a hybridization, as in people having to use technology and technology means of doing things. What we also saw was increasingly a reliance on this for content provision, learning management systems, and the recent development of VLEs, a type of infrastructure which, of course, when the crisis actually hit, we all had to fall back on and we all had to use. At the same time, we also saw a move towards a greater focus on skills, and as the previous talks talked about, looking at competencies and assessing students in terms of those competencies. From there, we now have students who learn inherently in a flexible way. So flexible learning is typically teacher's dread, where the classroom or distance, and the teacher plans out and delivers the content and the way that the learners follow. Or it's flexible, typically the schedule is going to be delivered and scheduled by the institution, and the teacher has got to some extent to decide how to do it. The important thing is it's flexible, and where it's being consumed, how it's being consumed is very much for the student and the teacher to make up in this hybridized world. And finally, assessment is prescribed to assess learning outcomes or competencies, fixed activities and deadlines. And this did enable some area of choice, but the choice was often quite limited. Okay, so where did we end up? Well, we ended up in this hybridized world where a lot of face-to-face was replaced by things like communication. And so we all got used to Teams, Facebook, Skype, name your favorite type of Zoom interaction, for example. And an awful lot of the interaction by force went to these types of workings. And we saw a great change in presentation of ourselves and how we carried out working. Very interesting in the UK, one of the ways they calculate price indexes, they use a stack of items which everybody would normally consume and see whether they've gone up or down with inflation. And for many, many years, work suits constituted one of these items. And lo and behold, in the latest round, they found that people are no longer buying work suits and people are adopting a working from home shift, and that is becoming new. We're seeing this in terms of people still not returning to work, despite the fact, say in the UK, they've been allowed basically since the beginning of this year. We're still seeing an awful lot of people not changing the working environments, working from home. If you look at e-commerce and e-business, footfall on the high street is still reported to be greatly down, so that people are still adopting hybridized things when they could go back. So quite clearly, a lot of this hybrid world is one that the people find helpful, expedient, and in some sense, they've embraced the culture. It has also led to a whole series of consequences from that. That as we move on, we can see that the use of technology has also changed how it is for what we as educators can do, but also the world itself has changed in the means that living in a hybrid world also means we leave big footprints behind. When you are interacting online, you inevitably leave behind information, data. Clearly, there's a big privacy issue here, but people seem very willing to either forget that they are giving up their privacy or are very willing to give up their privacy. One only has to look on social media and see that people indeed will give away lots and lots and lots of information. There's a research question here about whether they know what they're doing. But all this media has consequences. As a result, we've got a large amount of evidence about what people are doing, how they're doing it, even how they're interacting. When we look at this type of information, it allows us therefore to think about the use of ideas from machine learning and artificial intelligence. And there are big breakthroughs in these deep learning algorithms that allow us to take the large amount of data, the big data, that these digital footprints about our learning and about our interaction with MOOCs and VLEs. To take that footprint and actually delve into it. And the results from here are very, very interesting, that the types of behavior that is revealed and the types of behavior that we can monitor. So educational data mining is now a real new tool. Well, it's an old tool, but it's come to new prominence because of the amount of online data we've got. Other types of new worlds that you're seeing was, I've talked about social media, but social media is also generating to these virtual worlds and virtual realities. So it's moved on from the second life we maybe saw 10 years ago, 20 years ago, onto people living social lives, and those social lives and virtual social media being integrated in the likes of a MOOC, which has a whole social series of interactions and chats associated with it, that we can see how this social interaction, this hybrid social interaction, is also integrated within traditional VLEs and VMSs. LMSs. Okay, so let's see what these changes really have resulted in. You can argue that in many cases, the actual message we're trying to get over has not changed, in the sense that the educational content is mainly, is often the same. 2 + 2 still equals 4. But the types of interaction we've got whereby we have things like social media, we have virtual reality, we have the ability to share video, the ability to have hybrid groups which exist across countries, institutions, things like that, means that interaction has changed. The hybrid nature of this type of interaction means that the types of things we can do, the types of interaction we can see is new and is different, and people will be used to this. I'll come back to this point in a second about, one thing here is that people have also experienced this and also have changed. In terms of, we've got interaction for, in terms of working, then people are used now to working online or working hybrid techniques. Traditional campus settings have changed and in many ways relocated. And there's been a shift towards doing things by information. And this is also things how we actually measure these things and how we manage these changes. Although, let's say, the process themselves largely have not. So that leads us on to what has fundamentally changed. Well, people have been exposed to this hybridization. And so I said in my remarks about the shotgun marriage, in many cases, many people who have been able to avoid actually embrace this type of technology have now been forced into this type of thing. People have experienced these types of interactions, experienced these types of new media, new ways of communicating with people. And that may well be that they are more amenable to a flexible approach. So this is something that would be very interesting to empirically look at. Likewise, another empirical question about these fundamental changes is, are we increasingly reliant on the technology for remote study and collaboration? So that, has people's affordances towards this technology changed? And how has people have people's expectations changed? And if people's expectations have changed and they've been exposed to this type of thing, they may well show reluctance to go back. Have we evidence for that? We've got evidence from working from home. We've got evidence from buying behavior, other types of things, that footfalls on the high street and stuff like that. So there's an increasing number of people who have gone to this hybridization who might not have gone before. Some people, our technology, some people will happily live their lives 24 hours online. Many of the people, I think, and some people on here may actually put their hands up and say, well, actually, I've been working like this for years. But many other people, out of necessity, got into doing this. And the giant leap is that before this might have taken a period of time for this hybridization to work, now it's become about very, very quickly. And we've got to talk about what we need to do and what we need to look into the future. So one of the things we want to say here is what do you look at in the future? Can we rely on the lure of campuses? Or instead, do we need to think about changing teachers? That teachers in the future need to be actually taught how to become creators of online material. So do we actually have to think about changing teacher education? Do we also have to think about the educators and what they're delivering? One of the dangers of technology enhanced learning and its shotgun adaptation is really actually an awful what we've been seeing is not enhancement, but rather compensation for poorly delivered and poorly designed education material. If we are going to permanently be in the case of having a hybridization, then we've got to directly support that hybridization by equipping both the individuals, both the educators and the teachers, and also the institutions that actually support this type of engagement and assessment activity. Okay, so in conclusions, we can't just adopt a make do and carry on approach as we did in the crisis. Instead, what we've got to do is we'll think about what has changed, and what has changed both in terms of what the students expect, what they'll expect of the institution, how they want to learn, and how they expect to learn. The same set of comments really will apply to teachers. What skills do they need? I'm sure many of us had great big learning curves about how to submit that. I've got 15 PowerPoint slides and I know what my learning outcomes are. How the hell am I actually going to deliver them in the next hour? You suddenly have to start thinking about how to become an online presence. We've seen that people had to embrace change as a way forward. But at the same time, we've also to understand that many were really too happy to return to the classroom. One of the great things which we must remember here is that education is not just a consumption of learning material in order to meet learning outcomes or competencies. It's also a great social thing. In many cases, some of your best lessons are not what you went to see, but who you missed it with. So one of the interesting issues here, I think, is how this hybridization plays out in the longer term. Are universities going to stay hybrid? Will indeed face-to-face institutions still exist? If we can provide a better solution in a hybrid world with richer multimedia, different people, different sources, and a more fun interaction with extra personalization by educational data mining and machine learning, so that we can actually perceive and provide AI providing individualization for an individual student based upon their actual needs and their actual behavior. Can we actually provide a better service online than face-to-face? And that has big consequences as well. I was thinking and joking this morning that normally if I was going to a conference, I'd be excited, I'd be hunting around for my passport, and I'd be thinking about, oh, I've never been to there before, or I haven't been there for long. And tomorrow night, I bet there's a meal, and I've never been to country X. I wonder what the food will be like. And to some extent, going to university was like that, very much was like that. But are we actually going to change? And if we are going to change, just as all those conference venues will be really, really worried that all of a sudden the international conference of so-and-so is not going to turn up next year because they're all going to do it on Zoom. maybe universities are going to be in a similar situation, in a similar dilemma. That, hang on, someone commented earlier, well, all their money comes from the undergraduates, but how much money also comes from the student accommodation you get from the undergraduates, all the meals you got to sell them, all the other things, all the takeaways and all the other things on the surrounding support, that thing, all those things may be in danger in the hybrid world, or maybe not existing in its current form. So the final point, if we get used to living, working and learning online, will we need campus and lecture theatres with all the heating, public liability insurance, all those other things which you've got to support, and help desk and all those things? And just out of economic cost, will there also be a driver here towards saying, well, no, actually we can do without those. We can produce a hybrid solution, a hybrid world, and a hybrid solution, a hybrid world, which the users and the educators will be used to because of our shotgun having to embrace them so quickly, that things that we thought this time 2.5 years ago will be alien, will be strange, and will be something which we'll be talking about in 10, 15 years' time, is actually something we talk around in 2022 and 2023. Okay, thank you very much.
That was excellent. Thank you very much. And we've got some comments, questions. Can you pick them up from the chat?
I'll read that to you, Mike. That was from me, Mike.
I've got it here, gone.
Well, it's just one of my experiences of this shotgun marriage that in addition to the old material we had before the lockdown, we added this new material. And now my course is very rich, or has been enriched by this material. And now my students are saying to me, I haven't got time to read all the notes and the slides and watch your video and come to your lab. There's not enough hours in the day. It's all useful, but there's so much. Can't I just come to the class like we used to?
I could be cheeky and say, I wonder what would happen if you put it all on Facebook. Yeah, I think there's an interesting point to what extent they actually are as hybridized as they claim to be. Clearly, a lot of people did desperately want to get back. I know a lot of, say, school kids who were only too happy to get back, mainly, I think, for these social reasons as much as anything else. Maybe also this picks up on the issue that came out in the previous comments that you were making about, well, you, Neil, were making, but other people as well, about they want the minimum amount of material they possibly can do. This was a big problem which we've seen, the lack of interest-based inquisitiveness of the students to find out more, that they just want, I don't want to read the book. Can you tell me which 10 pages will get me a first? And I think that certainly does reflect maybe the culture that we've got ourselves into, that the students want. Would you agree with me if you like to do the minimum they need to pass, or the minimum they need to get the mark they want to get?
Thanks, Mike. People might not have realised that Mike and I chat about this a lot in the past.
I was wondering actually if you could sort of think about the way it would change in other ways. I mean, do you think people would just not want to go back to the more conventional one, but they really want to have a sort of almost like away weeks rather than actually coming into tutorials every, so many days in a week? Do you think that the students might say, well, okay, you can give us all the lectures on a regular basis and we'll come in for the in-depth tutorials and stay over wherever, and all mixed together for a sort of weekends if it's part-time students, or 4 weeks if it's full-time students. Is that possible?
Well, that's exactly the model that things like the Open University, UK Open University, many other Open Universities around the world have got. They'll have a summer school, say particularly for STEM subjects which are lab-based. You know, there's a limit to what, say in chemistry, there's a limit to what you can actually send to people's homes, and you can't give them things like fume cupboards, for example. So for that type of science, they, by necessity, they would have to go into dedicated facilities. Even for things like other subjects, then yes, the idea of a summer school where you would go and you would use the facilities of another university, and you would use those for a week, and the students would both cram in lots of social experiences and the use of things like the student union there, but also get face-to-face with their tutors. So that model has existed, I guess, since what, 1969?
So is it possible it might come back? I think James has got a point he wants to raise.
Yeah.
I want to say something.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, James first and then Ellie.
Yes, Ellie, please, Ellie, after you. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, thanks a lot, Neil. I think that was really a powerful, Mike, a powerful presentation. The thing, you know, you've just triggered so many things here. Just as you're talking about hybrid, and just as we have the virtual learning environment, that is why that is how today we are preparing for the next generation learning environment, which is the augmented reality learning environment. And for that, really, I know some of us have engaged with our colleagues, like the ATEL, the Advanced Tools for E-Learning in Boston, and also working with colleagues at MIT. We are generating augmented reality equipment. That's a scientific equipment, like X-ray machines, delayed machines for use in engineering shops and so on and so forth. Now, we might think these are new, but it's not really new, because behind the scene, the military establishments and the aero industries, they've been developing this from way back in the late 70s, 80s, and so on. But it's just that now we have the big computers, not only to do the simulation, but the modeling, and then we can actually go creating things. So the key question I wanted to ask you is this: where do you think this augmented reality learning environment actually fits in here, in the world of the hybrid thinking or working?
I think it's just a natural shoe-in, and I agree with you. Many people have been working on using virtual realities in simulations. So I had a project many years ago, but we were trying to create a certain environment where students could go and carry out virtual fieldwork. So they didn't actually tramp on the very biology which they were trying to look at, because there was a certain area in the UK which had very interesting biology, and so everybody would want to come and throw their sampling square on it, count the plants in it. But if every undergraduate doing biology in the country did so, there wouldn't be much biology left.
It's true.
So what we were looking at there was a student project. What we're looking at there was precisely, this was actually very simple, very 20 years old type VR, but it was actually showing, and then they could throw a virtual square onto a virtual thing and count the virtual plants in it. And that way science was possible. It would be great to be able to send everyone, mass spectrometer, and what we learn about how chemicals break up and cleave and stuff like that. All those types of thought experiments, which we can't do because of practicalities. Indeed, many cases what we've had to cut down. I don't know what it was like when you were at school. I was allowed radioactivity. We had radioactive things actually in our under 16 class. Now, health and safety, you wouldn't be able to do that.
At the moment. Just actually sorry to push you on. Ellie had a question as well.
Okay.
Well, some of it was answered by this last comment, but my question is relating to other ages, not the university sector. How do you think it will be in the future for primary school kids, for secondary school?
I think one of the interesting questions here is how we've changed and how we've all changed. That means everyone from little kid who were the only way they could talk to granny was on Zoom or name your favorite equivalent thereof. That we all changed because you saw families meeting up and having a family quiz on a Friday evening because they couldn't do it any other way. So all of us have been forced to go and use these channels. And there's obviously big demographic questions there, but someone said these demographic questions, again, our hands have been forced because people who would never, you would have never got somebody say, picking up their phone and say, oh, I want to FaceTime my grandchild in Sydney or Australia, let me go and do it. Whereas because that was the only game in town, they then started doing it. So the affordances of the technology completely changed. And in many cases, people had to embrace this technology. So people who could avoid this technology or didn't know, you know, people would say, well, computers aren't for me, computers aren't for my generation. So this is your school children. Suddenly actually found, well, actually, that was the only game in town. And as a result of having to do that for 2.5 years, our users, as users, are fundamentally changed.
Thank you. I'm going to come to an end on this discussion for the moment, because we're overrun by the odd minute, and I'm going to pass back to Neil to chair the next 2 sessions.
Thanks. Yes. So it's probably we have a speaker and chair combination of times. So yeah, thanks for that, Mike. And over the questions.
That was great.
Thank you. To explore here. So moving on to the next talk. So challenges and opportunities in computer-based medical education for drug design and use in developing countries for the e-learning impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. So James is presenting this one. So James, you want to share your screen?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
There is my screen. And okay, can you see it okay?
This looks good.
Okay, and we'll just move this out of the way so that I can display the full screen. And there we go. Should be okay. So then let's move this out of the way now. Okay. So good afternoon, and thanks, Margaret. Thanks to you, Neil, for our presentation. Really, this afternoon is entitled "Challenges and Opportunities of Computer-Based Medical Education for Drug Design and Use in Developing Countries." Just a bit of a background. This is a collaboration between university and hospital. So you have the professionals from there who've come together, and it's really the output of the thinking and work over almost 3 years now. It was people who wanted to present it last year, but there were a few things to be fine-tuned, and we had to delay it until now. And the other authors are listed there. And for this particular paper, we are looking at the role of e-learning and the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Just as quick for the outline, we'll talk briefly about the introduction, the origin, and the motivation for this piece of work. Then we'll take a look at the global COVID-19 pandemic that have been like a shock to everyone everywhere in the world. Then we'll look at the changes that has been brought about to education and healthcare services. And then we remind ourselves briefly by taking a look at history, the history of development, whether education or healthcare services actually. And then we'll look at the present study, apologies for the typo there, looking at in particular at the COVID-19 pandemic. And then we carry out a quick assessment or carry a quick preview of the applications, the opportunities that have been presented as a result of this pandemic and change in practices, the benefits for individuals, and also the benefit for society. And we'll go further to examine in depth some of the challenges and report on the opportunities actually before we conclude the presentation. First of all, the origin and motivation. We know that living and learning before the year 2020 was one that promoted a lot face-to-face interactions, work and travels. I came to Ulster University 18 years ago, the 1st of April 2004, and I came here to promote e-learning, but I know the stiff resistance that I was met with, and it took a long time before people started warming up seriously to e-learning. And just at the point when people of say getting it, that was when the pandemic sort of accelerated the whole process for me and the other champions of e-learning here. With COVID-19 pandemic, everyone everywhere all over the world moved online. They had no choice. Nobody in the world had choice. And life has never been the same. So living, learning, and working online today is becoming the new normal globally, both for those living in the urban as well as those living in the rural areas. Those that are tech savvy and those that know nothing about the computer. Computer-based medical education, which we've tagged the CBM here, remains a useful service for drug design and use in developing countries. And really notably is an area with challenges and opportunities yet to be explored and exploited in full. When we talk about computer-based medical education, especially in developing countries, like in the country in Africa, when we talk about the traditional medicine, some people used to refer to it as if it is archaic or it has to do with black art or something of such. But if we pause for a minute just to think of how the young people that have no access to modern malaria drugs, how the parents of those young children were able to bring up those children in malaria-infested region, they relied on the herbs and the traditional medicine. And so over the years, we've been thinking about it. And even now, if you actually consider what the developing world and let's say the African continent has been faced with since the pandemic, whereby not being resourced enough to purchase vaccines, and yet we know these people they are bound to suffer from the COVID. It has made people to sort of wake up, and I'm quite happy. With great relief, really, that WHO has approved of 6 countries, because I know there was an interview not too long ago where those people in charge of the IP for the various vaccines, the Chinese, they are producing their vaccines, the Russians are producing their vaccines, the Indians and us here in the UK, we are producing our vaccines, and different other people, the AstraZeneca, there's Norway and all of them, then the German and everybody, and the Americans as well. There is none producing anything in Africa. And most of these people producing it, they said they want to hold on to the IP. They are not prepared to release the IP. But it's only after much persuasion, they've recently agreed, I think Pfizer have agreed to release the IP and allow, and that's with approval from the WHO, 6 countries in Africa have been picked to, between now and the year 2040, to develop vaccines for use in Africa. And I think it's a great relief because COVID-19, as we know, has wreaked a lot of havoc worldwide, and maybe it doesn't know how to perform, how to work very well in Africa. Hopefully, with the Africans taking charge of producing vaccines for Africa, they will be able to cater for a lot of the requirements and meet them going forward. Various industries, educational institutions, and consumers, as the common people we have in the society, they engage and rely on appropriate processes to be in place in order for them to appropriately access the high quality information to guide them in their use of resources that are available to them in order to maintain good health. This has been the practice even till now. That, as I said, people suffering from malaria or people suffering from the likes of Ebola and so many other different things. And even we look at cancer, for example, that some people say have no cure, although we know cancer or some form of cancer, they are curable. It's access to information that allow people proper education. And this is where the CBNE actually comes in. So if we sort of zone in on the global COVID-19 pandemic, pandemics really, they are a global challenge in that there are no boundaries. The COVID-19 infectious disease, first reported in Wuhan, in China in 2019, has since spread to other parts of the world with real devastating consequences, resulting in millions of deaths all over. This particular COVID-19 pandemic has influenced the way new drugs are designed and used globally, and most especially in developing countries where there are pronounced scarcity of resources and infrastructure to sufficiently cater for these particular health needs of the citizens. Now, this has actually called for or prompted authorities worldwide to investigate the cause, find measures to minimize the spread, and where, and if possible, investigate and put in place the right strategy to deal with future situations, if ever we come across them again. Now, there are known challenges all over the place in securing enough vaccines for developing nations, and agreements have been reached with Pfizer about relaxing and releasing their IP or the patent rights. And as I just mentioned a short while ago, 6 African nations have now been named to be responsible for developing vaccines for use in Africa from now till 2040. Now we take a look at the changes to education and health services provision. A transition, as we are all aware of, from the face-to-face to online living and learning, having to work around, avoiding person-to-person interaction and changing behavior to cater for health and education needs is something that we are beginning to become good at. But I, for one, who come from Africa, I know it was so difficult for me when we had to not only close wear the mask, but there was a time you even have to be afraid to touch your own loved one and so on and so forth. But it was something we had to quickly learn over a very short period of time. And us in education, and as educators as well, I knew I quickly became quite good at practicing it. Wearing my mask anytime I was stepping out of the house. And also as someone who did suffer immensely from the COVID itself. When I did contract the COVID, it was quite severe on me. And I wouldn't wish it on anybody in this world. We've seen the development and a surge in the use of digital infrastructure in education, in health and other industries. We've also seen, or the changes that we've witnessed to includes development and implementation of policies for contactless age. We are all the time now preparing ourselves for operation or doing anything online, not in person anymore. Also, some of the changes have involved promoting access to learners and health services providers and determining the best method for contactless online services. Also included, we have the permanent effect on businesses, such as the diminished travels, remote and flexible arrangements becoming common, and disruptions to the in-demand and supply chain systems. And all these have prompted the need for regulations for online services, understanding the way worldwide medical education and healthcare services market are expanding and impacting other industries as well. There is the issue of international standardization of the teaching and learning and healthcare service delivery. I know the time, say a year ago, when we were scrambling or trying to determine the best policy to put in or to implement for for allowing exams to carry on online. How can these, the key questions we're asking is, how can these contactless services be promoted whilst creating positive user experience, maintaining psychological stability and safety? We human beings, in the words of Aristotle and even Socrates himself, philosophically speaking, we are social animals. We are meant to interact with one another. We are meant to plan for and execute activities that are seamlessly social and also allow us to practice our tactile skills. System challenges. System challenges arising from the need to promote real-time decision-making are there to deal with diseases and provide social responsibility in society. We are all witness to the various, to the variants of COVID-19. And even decisions that had to be taken, there were people that had to really sit down in a room, or the technology has allowed us to use video conferencing to take executive decisions as to how certain things could be done. And behind the scene here, we have the pharmacists or even the doctors themselves who are actually testing the drugs and testing so many things, designing things, trying so many different things. And this cannot be done virtually. It had to be done in person, but in a secluded way. Now, looking at the talking about challenges, I've just decided to use the smart city. When we talk about the smart city, where seamless online activities take place, and we're talking, you look at measurement about the carbon footprint and so on and so forth. I just decided to look at the challenges in the smart city to remind us of some of it, or as a prelude to examining the challenges trying to live and learn online, facing us all, whether as learners or as teachers or as managers or as administrators or even as parents who have learners as children. Some of these the challenges we face in computer-based medical education, especially involving drug design and use in developing countries, includes the one of ethical issues of privacy. The use of personal data to limit the pandemic spread have been looked at, and the need for security to protect data to limit the pandemic spread as well. There's the need for security to protect this data from being overused by technology. Although we have the GDPR, which is now firmly in place, where the responsibility for your own personal data has now been placed fairly and squarely in your own hands. So it depends on how you manage your personal data. But we know data is the fuel that drives lives, that drives living online. Without data, you cannot live any life online. Collective efforts from multiple parties are encouraged to address this particular challenge. And here, I've just named a few here. That is the government, the health agencies, the education establishments or education providers, the service providers, and also the users. They are active players here. There is the challenge about the biased outputs resulting from hastily monitoring the pandemic to offer solutions. We saw this in so many different places. There's the fast collection of not so clean data. People are working with data that are not statistically robust and which you cannot really validate or stand over. And what some of these people do is they circumvent some validation model checks, which is not really advisable. There is also the challenge about what we call here, or what the authors have called here, the immunity ethics and the social consequences of COVID-19 immunity passports and the obligation of to get vaccinated. But there were conspiracy theories and so many things at play there, misinformation, disinformation, you just name it. But if you recognize that all we are talking about here is your own health, your own personal health, then you don't need to work with conspiracy theories or so many other different things. You need to take the right measures to make sure that you are and stay or remain healthy. The role played by globalization and immigration in the spread of COVID-19 have also been considered. Inequalities in various regions of education and training on how to apply e-learning and relevant technological solutions to combat the pandemic is also something that we have considered too. Because as we said, there is the issue about the digital divide. There's the issue about the differences in wealth, the differences in communities about the class structure or whatever hierarchy exists in any particular society. All these have to be taken into consideration. Some people have and some have not. And even those that have not, no matter how much effort they are trying to put in there, sometimes they are prevented from having. So all these have to be considered. So for the present study, really looking at the anti-severe anti-respiratory syndrome COV-2 drugs design, research draws from an ongoing effort to develop the anti-SARS-CoV-2 drugs utilizing a computational structure activity relationship approach with emphasis on 100 plant secondary metabolites from selected 8 African medicinal plants, all of which have proven therapeutic benefits against respiratory diseases and related infections. For example, we have some plants in Africa called the dongoyaro. We also have the bitter leaf plants and a collection of them. So we identified some of these here and carried out very detailed, highly detailed literature search to see what has been done in the labs, what have been written about these here, and then we try to put together a few things. And for purposes of my presentation, because of time limitations and so on and so forth, I've decided not to delve too deeply into the lab or the scientific aspects of analysis of looking at compounds or looking at most of structure, the chemical structure, and I've cut down on most of those things. These compounds selectively mined through a thorough literature search and were subsequently subjected to computational modeling to generate the lead compound against the target viral proteins. That's the SGP, the MPRO, the RDRP, and the SARS-CoV-2. Here I've just provided a table of the selected plants and their uses in respiratory and related infections. What I've done here is I've named the 8 plants and the uses against respiratory and related infections, what they are used for, and the references that we consulted, upon which we did the detailed research work and analysis. At this point, I just want to cast our mind back so that we learn from history. The current pandemic will not be the last. New ones are bound to appear in the future. The present education and healthcare systems that we have must not only manage the current pandemic, but must be prepared to deal with another one of greater magnitude whenever we do hit it or it does hit us. This then calls for recognizing the challenges now and the new opportunities that even the current problem or the current situation is posing that may follow post the current COVID-19 era. Establishing an innovative medical education and healthcare delivery system is paramount. And the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning have been applied in our studies to developing vaccines and wearable devices for mitigating diseases so far during the early stages of their development. Here we recognize some of the work undertaken, whether at the John Hopkins, by coming up with fast data on giving information about the statistics of those infected, those dying, and those recovering. And also, even here in the UK, we have the lab of Neil Ferguson at UCL, University College London there, churning out data and working closely with the healthcare, that's with the hospital and other healthcare providers here in the UK. Now, if I look at or just report on the AI and the machine learning applications that have been developed, we look at the identification of the COVID-19 positive patients that involved the detections from the chest, CT scans, and chest X-ray images that have been obtained. Look at the systems for predicting and monitoring COVID spread in the population. We'll talk about track and trace, forecasting progress of outbreak, and relevant policy decision situations like, don't take any action about this here, the lockdown, this city has to lock down, that town has to lock down, or national lockdown. New medicines, yes, have been discovered. Let's try this, let's try that. Use antibacterial for washing your hands, and so on and so forth. Also, applications have been developed that includes models predicting mortality risks and rate of mortality in particular nations, defining the correct parameter for predicting mortality from COVID-19. I'm sure most of us have heard of the R number. Also, applications that were developed included those for optimizing management of the COVID-19 in healthcare systems, outlining the routes of patients and those in the intensive care units, the length of stay of people in hospitals, and so many other different parameters that are of interest. Creating warning systems for society, utilizing the data from several sources to look for and identify specific COVID-19 pre-symptoms. Also, applications for drug repurposing and investigational therapies. We've decided to name here the Identif AI specific applications, which is really an artificial intelligence-based platform for interrogating 12 drug candidate therapy set representing about 500,000 drug combinations against the SARS-CoV-2 virus collected from a patient sample. We also touch on the applications for detecting probability of false negative or false positive COVID-19 cases. Top performing and analyzing methods are identified using machine learning approaches, and these are used in determining the accuracy of the SARS-CoV-2 detection in nasal swab samples of rapid antigen tests. And finally, we touch on the machine learning algorithms that have been used as vaccinology tools to investigate the entire COVID-19 proteome, which is crucial. It is important to viral adherence and host invasion so as to induce high protective antigenicity. Now, we now look quickly at these applications and the benefits really for individual and society. physically, you can say people suffer from COVID-19, but the mental strain is enormous as well. So we look at the mental health issue that comes from there. There's the design of a sophisticated AI chatbot on smartphone for diagnosis with recommended immediate measures for psychologically distressed patients exposed to the virus. That helps to manage their mental health. There are also the byproducts in form of mobile applications. That's the ability to track and directly communicate individuals' vital signs to register doctors to be factored into treatment decisions. There's the apps using the machine learning-based frameworks to measure the spread and detention of misinformation to verify the credibility of data from social media. There are also the apps apps as derivative relevant to lockdown measures used by several governments all over the world. This affects personal life and the global economy. There's also the set of apps, applications as models for investigating different communities' reaction to the same news about coronavirus outbreak. We saw some governments that just refused to acknowledge the outbreak of the coronavirus. There is also the frameworks and models using AI and educational data analysis tools in learning management systems. These help teachers generate better learning methodologies for online classes as is applicable to computer-based medical education, specifically in South Africa, where the authors hail from.
A minute or two left, James. Just running a little bit over.
Okay, yes, we're almost there. We're almost there. Now, the opportunities again, the pandemic has provided opportunities for developing measures for improving healthcare services, for improving systems to respond quickly to emergencies, also for policy deregulation with respect to care and learning systems, establishing systems of real-time information gathering and sharing, online, offline collaboration between the hospital, medical staff, patients, and education, class and students interaction, as well as opportunities for us to seek improvement of real-time problem solving using technologies such as chatbot, promoting education and training for non-face-to-face healthcare services, building trust among patients, medical staff, tutors and students, and expanding contactless healthcare and educational services locally and globally. And in conclusion now, we say that e-learning is a useful solution for the development and deployment of computer-based medical education for drug design and use in developing countries. The COVID-19 pandemic, as we know it, has changed the way people live and learn with varying level of impact on individual and society. In our current study, 3 compounds have demonstrated better or favorable binding affinity against the targets, SGP and MPRO, relative to the respective reference drugs, while 4 compounds, as named, demonstrated higher affinity or competed well with the reference standards used. Now, a further probe into the structural stability, the flexibility, and compactness of the 3 proteins following binding of the lead compounds revealed formation of stable complexes with the proteins. Now, our study implies the identified compounds might be hopeful in the fight against COVID-19 and recommended further examination of the inhibitory activities of these compounds against the viral targets in both in vitro and in vivo experimental systems. Finally, in going forward, we conclude that future living need to be adaptable with digital technology, proving to be useful in providing opportunities to respond to many future societal challenges. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions at all.
Thank you, James. Thanks for that. Given timing today and the cut-off time today, I think maybe we can answer questions through meeting chat or the meal tomorrow or during the breaks tomorrow as well. So if Karen, if you want to start showing your screen, we can move straight on. Fine. But thanks for the interesting talk there, James. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. That's screen sharing. Yep, that's working in slide mode. So, so the last talk of this session is on a 16-week program of physical activity and stress management education and the effect on heart rate variability. There's an analysis of stress following the coronavirus pandemic. So there's several authors, and we're happy to have Karen presenting to us today. Thanks, Karen. I'll hand over to you.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity for us to share our study with you. We will just start off with a brief, let me minimize this there. Now you can see more of my screen. Start off with just a brief introduction into who we are and where we are from, our previous work and how our previous work led to our current study. So, we are from Illinois State University, and it's located in Bloomington Normal, Illinois in the US. And so here you can see where Illinois is. This is the state of Illinois, and we are in McLean County. So kind of in the central United States. I've been at Illinois State University for a long time, over 20 years. My background is in nursing. I did work in intensive care, critical care at a hospital in Bloomington Normal for several years before coming to the university. My doctoral studies were in curriculum and instruction with an emphasis on online teaching and learning. And so that's kind of how my healthcare and my online teaching and learning merged. Alex?
Yeah, so my name is Alex Wolf. I am a former student of Karen's. So I received my bachelor's in exercise science and my master's in exercise physiology from Illinois State University. I am the former lead faculty of exercise science for Lincoln College before their closure. And I'm currently a doctoral student at Illinois State University for teaching and learning with an emphasis on science education.
Hi, everybody. My name is Alina. I was a previous student of Karen's. I graduated this past May with my bachelor's in exercise science, and I'm currently at Illinois State University in the accelerated nursing program.
Maggie is our other co-researcher in this study, and she was a student of Alex's, and she graduated in May, but she was unable to join us for presentation today. So Alex and I have known each other for several years, and we started conducting HRV, heart rate variability, which we'll talk about, research in 2014. So, Alex?
Yeah, so this study, like Karen said, this study started in 2014. We began this research looking at the relationship between physical activity, sleep efficiency, and heart rate variability. And then from there, we moved on looking at the relationship between weight status, BMI specifically, and heart rate variability. And building off of that research, we looked at physical activity intensity and heart rate variability. And then we added this last piece recently, which was stress management. So we've been looking at how stress influences heart rate variability. We know that physical activity, sleep efficiency, weight status, and the intensity of your physical activity level all influence heart rate variability. And this last piece of the puzzle that we've been examining is stress management. So the current study that we're looking at, we examined the differences in a number of different biometric variables before and after a 16-week semester-long lifestyle education course. And this course included healthy behavior changes and included weekly stress management strategies.
So just to give you some background, introduction to this study, life as we knew it ended, and we've been talking about that all of this morning. On March 11th, 2020, the WHO declared COVID to be a worldwide pandemic. The result of this declaration was that in an effort to mitigate the spread, restrictions were placed on public life. And so universities and colleges shifted to fully online learning, from face-to-face to fully online, and students were sent home from university housing. Our university shifted in March of 2020, and we remained fully online during the 2020-2021 academic year. We returned to traditional face-to-face instruction in August of 2021. And so we lost all research opportunities during that lockdown because our research requires in-person to do some in-person assessments and such. According to a report by Cecilia Miller, in the United States, only 46% of faculty members stated that they had taught an online course prior to the transition to online, and 43% of students that had never taken an online course before. So consider that about half the student population had no idea about online. About half of the faculty had no experience teaching online. Consider all of that in the midst of a pandemic with its own unknowns and fears. There have been numerous studies that have examined the perceptions and reactions to the pandemic. Results of these studies indicate that stress, anxiety, depression increased during the pandemic lockdown. For example, 25% of students in China were afraid. Turkish students between the ages of 18 to 30 were asked what their emotions about the coronavirus were, and 38% reported being worried. The majority of European students also reported an increase in stress and anxiety. French university students reported that 60.2% experienced increased anxiety, as well as moderate to severe stress, especially among those that remained in confinement and not living with family members or a roommate. Students in southern Spain also experienced increased anxiety, with 34% experiencing severe anxiety and 28.5% experiencing mild to moderate anxiety. Polish students reported that a majority, 65%, showed mild to severe general anxiety disorder, with 56% experiencing a high level of perceived stress. So with that, we understand that students experience extremely high stress and anxiety during this time of quarantine, and that they might even need professional help to cope with this.
So, looking at heart rate variability, we know that stress is a phenomenon that influences heart rate variability, which is the time interval between heartbeats. And this variable, this heart rate variability, is correlated with overall health and well-being. Previous research has shown a relationship between stress management and improving heart rate variability. And that is caused by the shift from the parasympathetic and the sympathetic activity. There is also a relationship between physical activity and heart rate variability, which has been shown by our previous research as well as others. And therefore, both of these variables have been taken into consideration within our current study.
So to bring things back to the purpose of this study, it was to explore the relationship of physical activity, biometric values, and stress management education on heart rate variability and stress inventory scores over a 16-week long period or a semester-long class, specifically looking at the impact of face-to-face instruction following the pandemic with the lockdown restrictions. Yeah, thank you. The subjects for this study were 47 students that were enrolled in Karen's class, the KNR 113 Personal Fitness. That was 16 weeks long. This class was a hybrid class where the lectures were delivered online, and then students would meet twice a week in person for lab activities. In the beginning of the course, the students were given a pedometer to track their daily steps. With this information, the students were able to complete weekly pedometer logs. Along with the pedometer logs, they were given lifestyle education that taught stress management, and that was given through heart math, and they were called Release It assignments. And these focused on breathing techniques, attitude changes, and the heart to brain connection. Pre and post testing was done and the data was collected from each student. This includes their biometric data, heart rate variability scores, and stress risk appraisals. Heart rate variability was collected via HeartMath EM Wave Pro software using an infrared pulse pleth isomographer ear sensor. So we would connect it to their student's ear, and they would do like a breathing technique, and it was all the same to get the student's heart rate variability score.
So the results from the study, this table kind of it lays out the age and the frequency of our sample. But if we look at our next table, this actually, it was a paired samples t-test. So the results of this study showed that there was a statistically significant difference before the 16-week course and after the 16-week course for VO2 max and for daily step count. There was no statistically significant difference between heart rate variability and stress index, but when looking at the Cohen's d effect size, there was a small effect for heart rate variability and for the stress index, and then a large effect size for steps in VO2. So the stress index pre and post, while not statistically significant, it did show a decrease in overall stress. So while students were studying throughout the semester, they moved from a mild stress classification into a lower stress classification score. This did not make statistical significance, but it's important to note that these stress scores did decrease, and that these data were collected while we were still in this period of online learning and hybrid learning, and we were still under a mask mandate. So the stress management education has potential for decreasing stress index and improving heart rate variability. So looking at the conclusions of this study, the study was conducted the first semester back to campus for students following the COVID-19 pandemic. And again, it's important to note that this may have influenced the results, and that our stress index could have been, or student stress index could have been higher due to that. So we expect that following this course, students would notice an increase in both heart rate variability and VO2, with an accompanying decrease in stress index score. So again, our findings didn't indicate statistical significance for our heart rate variability or for stress index, but we believe that our study was influenced by these external factors, including COVID-19, but also these data were collected during cooler temperatures, which may have influenced their overall physical activity habits as well, their habitual physical activity habits. And we're hoping that we can continue this research as we move out of this pandemic.
So like Alex said, daily steps did decrease as a possibility of external factors like colder temperatures, but it was clear that the students participated in cardiorespiratory fitness training as there was a statistical significance in the increase of VO2. Even though there was no increase in heart rate variability that accompanied the increase of VO2, it is still an important outcome of the study aside from the obvious cardiovascular benefits. A review conducted by Mohammed and Alwana found that the increase in VO2 could produce short-term improvements in the immune and respiratory system, specifically in those with COVID-19. Increased cardio and respiratory fitness may both decrease the risk of contracting the virus and decrease morbidity and mortality rates of COVID-19. In conclusion, the additional benefit of cardiorespiratory training in our KNR 113 course content may help alleviate some students' fear of contracting or having poor outcomes if they do contract COVID-19, thereby allowing for the stress of the students to be reduced through education that is relevant and effective to the time. Next. Please, next slide.
I think we're on it there.
Oh, okay, perfect. The lack of statistically significant changes in HRV or stress index may be related to the ongoing coronavirus pandemic, which potentially contributed to additional direct and indirect sources of stress. Our previous studies have shown a correlation between an increase in HRV intervals when physical activity and stress management seminars are used. Despite our subjects' improvement in VO2 in this study, there was no significant improvement in HRV or stress index. Our previous studies were conducted, though, before the pandemic. Ongoing stress and anxiety related to COVID-19 virus may have contributed to the lack of statistically significant improvements in HRV found in this study. As winter approached at the end of the semester, news reports warned of possible increase of positive infections related to spending more time indoors and the upcoming holiday season when family and friends gather indoors. Despite the semester of stress reduction education, combined with the increase in improvement in VO2, there was no increase in HRV, possibly related to the consistent messages from the media and the school of expected increase of positive cases in the winter months on campus and in our communities.
So conclusions, what do we do with that information? And so we're going to take a look at some possible instructional design concepts to include in different courses. So when designing and implementing online courses, it's important to consider effective strategies for combating negative psychological, physical effects and physical effects of the virus, as psychological and physical stress can have a negative impact on achievement of course learning outcomes. The results of this study indicate that while students did not experience moderate or severe levels of stress, the stress management training and increased VO2 did not increase heart rate variability or lower the stress index, as it had in our prior studies prior to the pandemic. So it may be beneficial to include discussions about COVID-19 and anxiety associated with this virus directly with students, along with education of preventative measures. Emphasis should be given to the discussion of infection and infection prevention practices, including cardiorespiratory fitness training, to decrease the risk of contracting the virus, as well as decreased morbidity and mortality from COVID with higher VO2 levels. A study was done by Rogaska concluded that university students experienced high anxiety and stress during the pandemic, and they needed support and guidance to better manage stress and fear. They suggested implementation of protective strategies focused on preventing mental disorders as well as psychological intervention and treatment. While it can be difficult in online courses, especially if they're delivered asynchronously, to know if students are having increased stress or anxiety. We as faculty should be attentive to individual student engagement and participation in the class. Decreased quality of work or disengagement from the course may be signs of increased stress and anxiety. Consider having available and be prepared to offer students contact information to university or other mental health resources. When designing online courses, consider course interactions, going back to Moore's theory of interactions, the learner to learner, learner to content, learner to learner, or learner to instructor, content and learner, and maximize the use of human interactions. Husky and all reported increased mental health problems during the COVID-19 confinement time. While society is currently, for the most part, out of that confinement strategies for the containment of the virus, feelings of isolation can still exist in online courses, especially those that have minimal learner to instructor or learner to learner interactions. This may be especially relevant if pre-pandemic social engagement and activity habits have not resumed. As we discussed previously, consider use of discussion forums for interactions, consider recorded videos presentations or synchronous live presentations to increase interactions with both the instructor and other learners. Small group projects or collaborative work also increase interactions, and they may be beneficial in alleviating stress and anxiety caused by the pandemic. So the stress management training and practice that we included in our course consisted of education, of rhythmic breathing, active self-generating positive emotions, gratitude, appreciation, love. However, the training that we did was not linked directly to consideration of stress pertaining to COVID-19. So we need to continue to look at and establish a relationship between the coronavirus pandemic, stress and stress management training, and physical activity on heart rate variability. So does anyone have any questions?
Thank you for that. Yeah, there's a question in the meeting chat from Brian. Brian, you want to speak to it?
Yeah, it was a question that came to mind listening to the talk. And I was thinking back before we had COVID, it was generally understood, now I've got no scientific study here, that some subjects were more stressful on students than others. Engineering is considered stressful because the broad amount of material you have to learn. Medicine's considered stressful because getting half of it right's not good enough. So, I mean, this might affect your experiment. So I just raised it as an intellectual question to you, really.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, this course is one of our, we'll call it a general education course. So it's not major specific. So it's general health and wellness that students can take. So it's not, it's a 100 level, not considered, you know, an extremely difficult class by any stretch of the imagination, but there are students from all of the different majors who join into this class. So that's a good consideration, you know, looking at, and I don't think we've ever done that, looking at the major, what the pool of what the different majors are of the students that are in each class. Good thought. Thank you.
That's Brian. Another question in the meeting chat from Margaret. If there was a future shutdown, do you think students that worked on that class might cope better?
Can you say that question again?
So is it in the meeting chat? So if there was a future shutdown, do you think the students that had worked in your class would cope better than other students?
I think so. I think that having, as a result of this study for me personally, I'm clearly much more attentive and alert to the stress of the students of the pandemic. And so I think that I would for sure take more proactive measures in my teaching pertaining to stress management, discussion of that. I think that they'll be more prepared and they'll have more, I would for sure provide them with more tools for their toolbox of managing it. Alex and Alina, what are your thoughts?
I think too, being a student who went through the pandemic and online learning, the tools that Karen provided her students, I never was provided, and I think it would have done great help if I was provided with those resources. But then going on in our future study, then providing more COVID-based stress management techniques would also help them just as much, I think.
I would agree with both of those comments in that, this course was all about behavior change, and stress management was included in that behavior change. And if we were to go into another lockdown, these students would at least be conscious of their overall health and well-being, and they would be more likely to utilize these strategies if there was a future shutdown.
Yeah, thank you. Any more questions? Are we missing chat, or who wants to unmute themselves?
Yes, I have one question.
Sorry.
I am not medically trained, I'm a PhD in management, but I want to kind of ask a question in terms of stress. Now we have what we call anxiety, then we have stress, and then you have something that could result as a result of mental health, depending on how it affects people from different backgrounds. So this particular course, how does it relate to people of all background? I mean, obviously, I'm not trying to preach some segregation, but I believe people are different. They have different makeup and social lifestyle. How does this course affect each one of those guys, individual?
For multiple ways. The curriculum, the textbook, the e-text platform that is utilized does provide, that's a included component of the e-text is diversity. And so they address various aspects, stress, just all kinds of various diversity topics are addressed in the curriculum or the textbook. But, as far as the stress management training specifically that we did, we provided a variety of different types of stress management techniques, different kinds of breathing techniques, different kinds of techniques that focus on various aspects. Just so we tried to incorporate multiple forms of training and it's interesting as I read students' reflections in regards to it, some find the breathing techniques really are awesome for them, and others are like, did nothing for me, can't do it. I'm more stressed out about trying to breathe in this fashion than I am, it stressed me out more. So I think, those different techniques, one of those various forms can be beneficial to hopefully everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I was just saying also too, the way we collected their stress and anxiety scores was through the state trait anxiety inventory for adults. That was like a pre-test given and post-test on the Polar TriFit software. So everyone was taking the same comparison test to find out their stress scores.
Thank you.
I did notice that Ellie posted a question, different levels of stress, a major and year. And so Ellie, that's an excellent question. And we did not do any analysis based off of academic year. And so that is an excellent suggestion that we will definitely include, and it'd be interesting, Alex, to go back and run that in the current data set we have for this study, and can for sure look at it for upcoming analysis. So thank you, Ellie. That's a, you know, as I said, talking about it like that, it's a really good point, Major, how, you know, maybe maturity as far as, well, freshman versus a senior, and the ability to cope. So those are excellent suggestions. So
Yeah,
I
also
appreciate
which
it.
subject they are in.
Yes.
You know, if
yes.
they are engineers, if they are, I don't know, social sciences, they may have it. We don't know.
Exactly.
It will be very interesting. Yeah.
Excellent point. Thank you.
Nice
We
to
will
see you.
definitely include that.
Yeah.
But it could be that the finalists are more stressed out than the freshers because the end is closer.
Absolutely.
You could argue it either way, and that's why the experiment has value.
I'm very appreciative of all of your comments and thoughts. That will certainly be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone. So